knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected.
FixerBot says.
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes.
Expectations. Gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
T-minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean.
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
Gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
So finally, it's like almost normal days again, right? It's anyway a Monday. It's a Monday, even though it's not work yet. So I don't even know why we're not working today. It's some kind of religious thingy, right? Well, Christmas is not called Christmas in Sweden. It's called Jul. I've been thinking a bit about why we don't have the religious bit there, but I think it's heard something long ago that it was because they stole like an older, like our midsummer, where we dance around the giant thing. Well, the kids at least. So original, no, the origins of the Swedish word. Midwinter season is what it means. So it's nothing religious, really. But it's kind of nice since I'm not religious. Why is Christmas called Jul in Swedish? Okay. So Germans have the Holy Night. So Jul, much more big origin. Well, they only call Jul. It's a fully agree where it originates. Therefore, they deemed some Proto-Germanic word Jula, which meant party or celebration. The word is taken early into the Nordics. Festival. I don't want to know too much about it. Yeah, they aligned. The Christian people aligned with the old, what was already there, of course. Schedule their pagan celebrations to occur at the same time as the Christian one.
002 says, "Hello, Fix and Happy New Year."
Welcome in, Happy New Year. I was just checking up on why in Sweden we call it Jul. It's not like a Christ Mass as in English. So I'm not religious, so I was a bit curious there. So the origins of the Swedish word Jul. Now I know a bit more, or like confirmed what I thought. So what are we gonna do today? I'm thinking, if no one has any suggestion, we're going to finish that path that I have not finished, but I'm like almost there, 96% on the Cybersecurity 101. Why not finish this, right? It's like 96%, right? So I think the first one it will hop to is this room, right?
Oh, nice smile, so let's go smile.
Yeah, so I've been doing complicated notes of this. Let's open the notes, by the way. I was playing with my webpage yesterday and the notes, so my notes currently look like this. My obsidian has changed. So, you can set your own color scheme here, you know? Though, this one, I was just checking. This one is a bit of a problem. And then I went back and checked in the normal one, and it was also a problem there. So, that's why this bad image is up. So I probably instead should just add a bit of a background to this one, because the original grey, we can't really read the text either. But I think if we can of course just hop to the image, right? So which one is it? This one. Yeah, you can't see it here either. Of course. Not that it's an important image. Let's hop to cryptography, right? That's what I was going to check for. So, let's see. This is not the notes I was looking for either. Yes, I don't know about this color scheme. I think maybe my screens feel a bit dark because I have a bright light outside with snow everywhere. So everything on my screen is very dark, generally. So, let's see here. I think we go to appearance, we scroll down to the very bottom, and we can disable this, or I can change it. So let's check now. It's kind of the same darkness, right? I can't see this either. It was on network exploration. ARP was the bad one. Yeah, so we can't read it here either. It's just as dark. So it's not my settings. It's just that the default settings of Obsidian are also dark in the background. So a transparent image with black text, it's not readable if you have a bright sky behind on the window. Just good to know. Let's hop back to where I was going to cryptography, right? So, where did I make the notes? Because they're not in here. Anyway, I was making detailed notes on how cryptography works. So let's search for RSA. RSA. Oh. Yeah, so in random strings it appears. It's just 3 letters. I'm curious where I made those notes with the math. Because they're supposed to be in the right place. There, put them there. So... Oh... This is the one I already had there, was it? This is in cryptography T-shaped rooms. Yeah, this is like old stuff. Didn't I put RSA in there? ID RSA, all the ID RSAs we find. But I excluded the boxes section, so that's why we're not getting a million of them. Here, RSA in cracking brute force. This is it. So we found the note I was looking for. It's in the wrong place. It's in cracking brute force, which is also logical, but since I have a specific one for this thing, there, browser. So let's move the RSA one from 18 to 29, or maybe we'll just move cryptography into the brute forcing. What do you think? So it's like all connected, of course. So I knew I had a cryptography one, but it's not really anything there anyway, right? So if we move the cryptography stuff into this one, I think that's better. Yeah. So 29 is moving into 18. So over there. And then we can change this name to just cryptography. And we can move the RSA one in there if we want to. So I'm only keeping this because of this thing too. So I'll probably remove this. One thing I did yesterday too, before we get started with another room, because I will probably want to do this very, very thoroughly. So I have not just taken their words, I have really explained all the details here. It's all the details, exactly what they're just saying, like quick explanation. I want the full thing so I can really understand exactly what happens, and it's very basic when you do it like this, because it's no complications anymore, nothing complicated. And I've like written out the words why they're writing this is because it's called the modular multiple inverse of the E modulo, right? And exactly how you calculate this is some odd thing, and then it's just this is what it actually is. So you just do these simple math. Multiplications, nothing complicated. Modulus in some cases, of course. That's not very complicated either, right? You just divide something by something else, and what gets left over. Instead of decimals, you get what's left over. So this is how they limit this value, so it's not getting too big by using modulus. And you can do it again to get the same, right? So that's why it works. Yeah. So now this note is more like connected to the cryptography stuff. So I want to do the same with this, the Diffie-Hellman. So they have maths here too, right? So I want to do the same and really dig into it, and that's why we're hopping back to the Cyber Security 101 and do the others first. Because I don't want to do that on stream, because it's boring for you to see me like dig into all the things there. So the next room, what is the next room? We only have a few left. These, why can't I see which are finished? I have to click resume learning first. Oh, no, this is odd. U-Paw. I have to go this way? I'm kind of sure though that we have stuff left. So here, just to see, yeah, so we see this blue. That's how we see it, the blue. It's not any check mark or anything. So we have the blue circle. Oh, here we have one. We're not finished with moniker link. So let's do this one. Let's check what we didn't finish, because I remember slightly. This is before advent of cyber, you know. This was some time ago. We did this. What is the name of the application that we use on the attack box to capture the user's hash? What type of hash is captured once the hyperlink in the email has been clicked? And the way I'm doing these now, when I'm not in a hurry to get, like, merch or win stuff or whatever, is just to do them carefully and make sure we learn all the things. So at least this is not a long room or task. We can just read it. And let's see, are there more things after? Yeah, we have detection, remediation, and conclusion too. And it's CMnatics room, so I'm sure it's good. Yeah. Let's start by checking a bit what were we really doing. We need to start the box too, of course. Let's make sure the VM is actually started with the VPN. So, starting TryHackMe VPN. There. It's going. So now we can just do whatever we need to. They also talked about the attack box. We'll see if we'll use it or if we'll use Kali. It's better learning when we use Kali, because then we can just redo the same thing ourselves, right, later, instead of just having to install tools that we don't have or anything like that. It all depends on the setup, right? I just realized my water is out, so I'll just go get some water too. It'll be quick. Yeah, I'm so happy also that my shoulder is working great. My left shoulder. It was like a month I had like this inflammation in the shoulder. It's almost completely gone now. Great. I can like climb on stuff. Lift stuff. Very nice. So, let's get started. So, let's start by finding the right notes, right? And maybe we should put the purple back. What do you think? Yeah, I forgot to show you why I did that. So what I've done is I've moved from fixitnow.se to fixit42com. I have added some links here which just says there will be more here later. So everything can't be clicked yet, but the notes are, this is the reason that I colored my obsidian, because these are exported obsidian notes. So now on my webpage under notes, I do have all my notes, and I added 2 pages here just with the start here's. So for example, if we want to do Linux, yeah, we're on a Linux shell, we want to dig into it. This is my notes on how to do that, you know. And then we have for different things. So the web, I don't think these are as long, but maybe they're not mega short. I should add stuff. I should add more stuff. Network, like Nmap, and though I noticed there are some formatting bugs. So all of the first dots hop 1 line down, but I'm sure this is like in development. Also, these start with the dash to be sorted on top. And they also get this bug with the 1 line down, so it's a bit funny really that. Yeah, so this is a GitHub repo that we can help, and we can give suggestions on what effects and stuff. So yeah, so this is the reason why why I did this to my poor notes and made them purple, because I want them to match better with my website. And I actually asked ChatGPT to convert the colors. So let's just scroll down here and let's make them purple again, because I kind of like it. I've tried hard to get the same kind of darkness on the colors. So I think I've gotten to an okay level now. It's really close, but it's just tinted to purple. It's not intensely purple. It's maybe a bit purple, if you don't like purple, but I kind of do, right? So, even this is purple. My stream control. It's all purple. So, let's hop to the right note. So, I might have put this on boxes. So we could, of course, look at it here, but we can't edit it here, so just hopping back. Alright, yeah, I noticed this too. This is a bug. So some pages, when you go to them, you get a download. Maybe it's just because I clicked something before, I don't know. So, also, if anyone watching stream has any tips on how to make this page responsive, because it's not. If I change the size, and also you have this tiny little scroll here, so I didn't used to have this. I don't know why it's there really. It just appeared suddenly. Right, and we can also see the stream on this. So I'm going to, this is old, I noticed it was from the start of 2023. So it's like 2 years old now. And I never really finished it. Though I've added notes now, and this just hops to further into the page. Not really much further at all, because there's no even services in there. Videos just hops here. So I'm going to, it's not finished, it's just examples so far. You can mail me from this, just by mail too. So we don't want any forms in there. or any code, right? There's a tiny bit of code just to make the header and footer appear. That's the only code. So I think I'm ready. As long as we find the... Actually, I think it's in boxes. Because, yeah, I think it is in boxes. As it is a, like... maybe not. I was just checking old notes. So moniker link. It's not here, right? Yeah, so maybe we didn't make any notes on it. That's possible. It's just that it's always nice to have notes when you're getting back to something. Let's up to Kali and see if we have a directory for it. So do we have a moniker link here? No. So we're kind of starting from scratch because it's much more than a month since I did this. So when did he come out with Cybersecurity 101? It was some time ago, some months ago, right? So this CVE that we're going to look at came out in February 2024. I'm not going to read all this. I'm sure I did already, right? So, severity critical. Bypasses Outlook security mechanisms and handle a specific type of hyperlink known as moniker link. Yeah, I'm starting to remember here. I read a bit about this extra without outside the room too. Resulting in Outlook sending the user's NTLM credentials to the attacker once the hyperlink is clicked. And I remember getting these, so we probably finish this part of it. The vulnerability known to affect the following Office releases. So, and I'm on 2019. How the vulnerability works, though I'm not using it anymore. Outlook, I mean. I'm using Thunderbird now. I've gotten rid of it fully. I don't use any Office. I only have it still installed because sometimes people send Office documents for some reason, right? Know that you will need both attack box on the vulnerable machine attached to this task. Deploy the attached VM. Start machine. The machine should launch in split screen view. Okay. As soon as it starts, we'll full screen it. I'll have more of these up. Let's close some tabs. Yeah, export. Let's go back here. I just saw some tabs. We can save some memory, right? Well, this is starting. It's just 17%. Split screen. Deploy both attack box and vulnerable machine in this task. We got 5 minutes to launch. So, it's special links within. Let's look at one. I'm sure they have one here, right? So, let's read it then. Outlook can render emails at HTML. And there's hyperlinks. Can open URLs specifying applications known as moniker links. Normally, Outlook will prompt a security warning when external applications are triggered. This pop-up is usually a result of Outlook's Protected View. Protected View opens emails containing attachments, hyperlinks, similar content in read-only mode, blocking such things as macros, especially from outside an organization. By using the file moniker link in our hyperlink, we can instruct Outlook to attempt to access a file, such as a network on a file on a network share. Here. Yes, I'm sure I put this in my links or in my notes. I'm just gonna do a second search for actually moniker link. We found this when we searched, right? So let's moniker should be kinda, yeah, it's there. It's in mail. So if I had looked in mail, I would have found this. So we added the mail just now for this one. So here is where we will add more data to this. And I kind of was sure already that the answer there was a responder, but I'm thinking I need to be sure, not just test. The SMB protocol is used, which involves using local credentials for authentication. However, Outlook's Protected View catches and blocks this attempt. The vulnerability exists by modifying our hyperlink to include the exclamation mark special characters and some text in our moniker link, which results in bypassing Outlook's Protected View. For example, test exploit. Click me. So this is what we put in the notes there. We as attackers can provide the moniker link of this nature for the attack. Note that the share does not need to exist on the remote device, as an authentication attempt will be attempted regardless, leading to the victim's Windows net and DLMV2 hash being sent to the attacker, which is kind of like bad. Yeah, and we need Outlook for this, right? So this is why we need this machine. Remote code execution is possible because moniker link uses a COM, component object model, on Windows. So I didn't put that in the notes, did I? Yeah, it says using COM, but maybe I should put this in full text. So we can't be too thorough in notes, as we don't know who will read them, right? So better make it good. So this in the HTML message body of the email. The exclamation stops Outlook asking warning before opening the link. So hash, let's send to the attacker machine RCE through SMB file : using component .com. And here's an example which is used here, obviously from this, right? So however, explaining this is currently out of scope of this room. That's always boring when that happens. But there's no publicly released proof of concept for achieving RCE via the specific CVE. Okay, then I can get why that is. And it's file : exclamation mark. That's our interesting bits there. Exploitation. For this attack, we will email our victim a moniker link similar to the one provided in the previous task. The objective as the attacker is to craft an email. Let's open this one full screen. Make sure it connects before we close this one down. Yeah, we do have some connection errors there, apparently. Oh, my nose. This doesn't like me today. Just itching. So, where were we? Before all the stuff, really, right? We were just at the start. We will email our victim a manifold link similar to one provided in previous tasks. The objective as the attacker is to craft an email to the victim with a manifold link that bypasses Outlook's protected view. Where the victim's client will attempt to load a file from our attacking machine, resulting in the victim's hash being captured. But first, let's run through a POC I have created, which is also available on GitHub, and that's the link that was in the notes. So, import smtplib from email mime text, import mime text from email mime multipart, import mime multipart from email utils, import format address. So, send email attacker@monocolink.thm, replace with your sender email address, receiver mail, victim, replace with your recipient. Password, and enter your attacker email password. HTML content. This is where we have our little test link here. So this is where we want our machine that will receive the request. Message my multipart here. And then we have subject from, and filling in this object structure from this one. Receiver email. Format address from their email utils. Nice. So now we know how this works too. Always learn something, right? And message HTML, mime text, HTML content, HTML. Message attach. This. So they could have just put this in here. Would have been easier, I think, but whatever. Server, smtplib, smtp mail server 35, server hello, try, server login, server new password, accept exception as error, try, server send mail, sender email. So here, sender email, receiver email, message as string. So the message, the my multipart here, has an as string function or method. Print email delivered. Yeah, because if this crashes, it won't do this line, but do an error instead. And then sorry, quit at the very end. Okay. Yeah, so the POC takes an attacker and victim email. Normally, you would need to use your own SMTP server. This has already been provided for you in this room. Requires a password to authenticate. For this room, the password for attacker is attacker. It contains the email content, HTML content, which contains our manifold link as a HTML hyperlink. Then fill in the subject, from and to fields of the email. Finally, it sends the email to the mail server. So we already read the code, so I was like, what are they saying? But it's just what we read. Much clearer about the code. let's use responder to create an SMB listener on our attacking machine. For the TSHM attack box, the interface will be IENS5. So then the question is, should we do this on the attack box or should we do it on our machine? We learn more from doing it on our machine, and we will also have stuff in our history that we can reuse, right? So this is where we ended last time, because it says listen with the responder and there's nothing. So now we're going to add the command that actually will be used. Responder IENS5. And this is for attack box. So what does exactly that do? The interface name will differ if you're using your own device. Yeah, so this is what I assumed. If you would like to some homework, an in-packet server can also be used. Yeah, so or use in-packet. Let's set server there. So let's put all the words. So by the way, yeah. So I suddenly got unsure if this was an I or an L, because I always said impact, but I haven't typed it that many times. Start your responder on our attack box. So let's look at this now, and let's see if we can just do it on ours instead. We want to do it on our machine, right? Because we want to learn more, and we want to have so I don't think we will get any output. But just to be sure, I don't know if this room makes any files. Let's make a directory called monitor link. That's what the URL says. Monitor link. Oh, monitors 2 is the same start of the word. So obviously no. My fingers want to do LSLA. I stopped them because obviously a new directory will be empty, right? So first, let's make sure we have a responder here, right? It's turquoise and nice. And then I'm thinking we'll do help on responder, right? Why not? And I don't think we have responders help in the notes. The question now is, where do we want responder notes? Maybe we don't already have them. I don't know. So I feel a bit like it was a long time since I did this, only because I've been doing the Advent of Cyber kind of intensely. It was the last thing I did, right, on TryHackMe. Feels like I've been doing anything new. Though it's very good. It's very good to do it. Yeah, so notes. Let's hop to notes. They should open in the same screen. And, oh right, I opened all of these that I linked to, you know. They're on my webpage. And there's the index I made. It's just a make it with links. And making a link here, you just do double squares, and then you start typing something that you can search on. Like if we want this one, we could maybe do mail, right? We can see all the things called mail in the whole thing. So this is the index page, which when converted to HTML sends links to the pages I've linked to. It's very cool, really. And also, what was it I learned? I don't remember. So pressing 2 keys here, we can open like a debug mode or developer mode, just like in a browser. It is actually HTML. So converting it, I think they actually just opening them up and copying it. Opening it up, copying it. It looked like it was going through all the pages, and it was totally frozen when I was exporting. It says the number of notes I have, it took like an hour at least to do the export. And also it said it was done after like 5 minutes, and then it was just frozen. So it was like, it's in development, and it's one dude doing it, you know the thing. Yeah, so let's see, let's open a new one. That's why I wanted to get rid of the other ones, because when we find this, I want to open it without removing this. So we're going to search for responder. Do we have a new responder now? So we can really just look at these, right? Yeah, we have a responder into check, meaning this is not a finished thing. So I've just made a few notes on it, but it's not at least an empty file. So let's decide where to put it. That's why it's in to check, I guess. So where do we want to put responder? And this is a problem. That's why we have this thing, right? I'm thinking this is like, we should make a new one. We removed our 29. Maybe this is a new 29. And I'm thinking not just this, but make it like C2 and that kind of tools, right? Server-side things that we can get data from. So a new folder called 29. And these numbers are just to have a slight sorting, as we can't sort them otherwise. So the numbers, they don't say anything, but that I want this to stay at the end, right? And once I did a resort because I wanted it had gotten messy, right? So there's no real reason for it. And when we move stuff around, it will automatically still be linked as it should. Because Obsidian is good. It's very nice tool. So I'm thinking C2. In Sweden we do more with more is really. I don't want to do dot because this is a directory name. C2's server side. I still want the dots. Well, I have them in other places. Maybe we should use the nice word sniffing tools. That's over here, right? Though I don't think sniffing tool for responder is a great word, is it? I'm thinking more sniffing tool, I think of Wireshark, right? And things like that. That's not what I want in here. Or do I? Nah. No, that's in more in network. Listening. That's what I want, really. Listening, right? Listening tools. So it's still sniffing, but it's really something more specific, not just getting all the data. Right? Let's do the dots. Yeah, so that totally broke it. I kind of thought so, but now I'll have to retype it. No, not responder. C2's. Listening. What did I call it? Listening tools. So the dot dots are when itself created them. So let's expand and let's move the responder one in here. So responder, if I click this 99, which I have here, so we can just move it there. There might be other stuff that could be here, but there. I forgot the 29 when I renamed it, so let's rename it again. It's a bit finicky, Obsidian, when you rename stuff, so you can't click or anything, it just hops up. So now we have the responder node in the right place, and then we have the mail one here, so these are like, it's like new, right? So this one is not new though. I'm kind of curious now, what date does this file have? Show in System Explorer. Let's see. As you can see, I have purple up here too. It's my accent color, right? So let's hop to our newly created 29. And this is, it's not a year ago, but it's quite a few months ago since I did that note. So, just disconnecting and connecting my phone there. The extreme control one. It's a bit finicky sometimes. It doesn't have any battery or anything, so it's just always in the stand, and sometimes it says it can't charge, and then I have to disconnect and connect it for it to continue not working. Not keeping popping the message at one time. So. There. Let's read what we have about Responder. This is nothing new. Gain available credentials from network traffic, including those on the SMP, HTTP, and other protocols. Responder is also an LLMN, PAR, NVTNS, and MDNS poisoner. In the Windows environment, products such as easily exploitable. Linked local multicast name resolution is a Windows component that acts as a host discovery method in Windows system. Often used in AD environments, local networks have many things, all of them as we as penetration tester can exploit. Windows or password in SAM and AD. And they are hashed. Yeah. Stages. A Windows server makes a request looking for a specific source. Attacker using Responder tool provides a Windows server with the IP of the attacker's machine. The Windows server supplies the domain credentials to the attacker in an attempt to access a specified resource. And an example here, which is it's the same as ours, only that this is probably what we'll use instead of theirs. This is the attack box's special one with ends 5, right? So we're going to check what network we have. Alright, I copied this. It's not in the paste, so I should have copied it again. I've copied lots of stuff since then. So there, copy again. And of course I can't tab there. This is what we were doing. Why we were finding this file? Because we want to add a help here. So we have a saved copy of the help, because this is much easier to search. And possibly read too because of the coloring. So I'm just gonna fix these errors that it makes with the strings. I think it's worth it. So if we start searching from the top, find the next. Now it's really started there. So we want to replace this. It does. And that one is actually why is this one already replaced? I don't know. So let's find the next one. We want to replace that, replace that, replace that, and that's the string. So now we can read this even easier with all the nice coloring, right? Though I don't know why these are not going yellow. They're supposed to. So is this still breaking it if I remove that? Yeah, it does. I did the wrong direction. Yeah, this is what we wanted. That's very annoying. So I did the wrong direction. I did the... Well, I found it before I messed up, right? So replace that one, and that one. And we should have all the yellow text that we're supposed to. Now it's easy to read, right? It finds these and understands them. It's very nice. So we were going to check out what I does. Well, uppercase I says interface. You can use all as a wildcards for all interfaces, which of course we can do in most cases then, because I don't think stuff will just be sent, right? Now let's hop back to Kali and let's actually just IPA it, so we can see that this tune 0 here is our VPN one. This is the IP address we have in TryHackMe's network. So we're going to use tune 0 for this, and we're going to do responder uppercase I for interface and say tune 0, and we're going to run this. And it says it must be run as root. So then we sudo it, and we should probably also add this to the notes at once, because this was not in the notes, right? And let's do tune 0, because this is quite a common one, right? Usually we're not running root nowadays, or what? Should be good little boys and girls, not running always as root. So now we can run this again, and of course we need to give our root password, or our password, so we can sudo. And I'm like, what's the password? So it's starting, and it is listening on like everything. We didn't tell it anything, right? So it's listening on lots of things here. Poisoners, servers. And this might also be a reason that it's kind of nice not to run it on all, right? If you don't want to poison your own network. Could be kind of making it not function as it should. So we can see our IP address here, which is of course where we want to send this email's information, the link in there, the moniker link. Yeah, so we got that information. Let's hop back to the room now, and when we're done with this, we're going to paste this example output into our notes too, so we have an actual example. So we started responder not on the attack box but on our machine. Let's open the vulnerable machine by pressing the pin of the split screen. This is where we have it then. So they are using the split screen for some, I don't know, reason. Yeah, because it's a free room probably, right? Open Outlook by clicking Outlook shortcut on the desktop. When Outlook is opened, click I don't want to sign in or create an account on the pop-up. So let's click Outlook. I was just about to click again. I don't want to sign in or create an account. Yeah, maybe I should have this as a different tab, so we can tab between them, right? This is easier. Dismiss the second pop-up by clicking on the X at the bottom, top right, of course. When completed, you will see the Outlook interface. For this room, the victim's mailbox has already been set up in Outlook for you. So we can see the same view as they show. Return to your attack box. We will copy and paste the pack above onto the attack box. Yeah, so yeah, the full code was in here, but it was also in GitHub. So let's click the GitHub link and exploit Pi. And let's just copy the whole thing. There should of course be an update or something. What do you think? Where would they update then? So let's make a new file. And since we do have a mouse pad here, if I click at least, Windows doesn't have it. We'll get the nice highlighting as soon as we do save as. Well, Nano would too. I don't mind Nano, I like Nano. But as we're just pasting stuff, it's easier to do it here. I don't even know how to paste stuff. Well, I do, I guess. Just normal command line paste. But I don't know the specifics of Nano for that. What should we call it? Moniker link email .py email. Moniker link is better than what. Start with the big thing. So if you see email, we don't have to read more. So I'm thinking we should put this. This is where I'm more comfortable with Nano. Should we put this in exploits? It is a CVE too, so we could use a CVE, but this like is not the specific one. Let's save it here. So this directory will be filled with stuff. So now we have the nice highlighting. We know that our attacker IP will need to be replaced, right? So we can do that at once. We have 10, 21, 31, 111. And we have mail server IP there, which means the other machine's IP. So I'm just gonna scroll up and look what that is. It is 10, 10, 65. Because I'm assuming they have it on their machine here, right? Also, let's see if it's pre-filled out. It's always nice to see Enter your attacker email password, attacker machine. Yes, it was attacker IP there. And they have not filled out mail server. So let's see what they say we're supposed to do. Nano. Oh, so they're saying, yeah, right. This is why we don't use the split screen, because we have to paste like this, and they have to. It's good that they have a GIF on it, though. If this is the first room on TryHackMe you do, you wouldn't know. We will need to do some initial setup on our text box before running the Python script. Modify the moniker link in our POC to reflect the IP address of our attack box. We've already done that. Replace a mail server. Yeah, so they're confirming here it is this machine that is the mail server. When done, we can run the exploit. When prompted for the attacker email password, enter attacker. So, let's see here. Yeah, sure. Password input. So, we filled both ones out. It is in home exploits email moniker linked py. So let's just open a new one and let's actually go there. I'm kind of thinking it should be in here too, but so the email moniker link over there. So let's, I don't need to cat it, we still have it up here. Yeah, I thought so. It doesn't have any spang stuff. So we'll just run it with Python. Or we'll fix it. Should we fix it? It's just run it. Let's see first what they say. Yeah, they do Python 3 exploit py. So let's do that. Oh my god, I'm typing on the wrong screen. So there, attacker, email delivered, and then we're gonna hop to this one and see if we get anything. Maybe we need to do something first, like open the email, right? But let's have this one open. The Python script will print email delivered when the email has been sent. If the script complains about authentication failure, ensure that you have correctly replaced exploit values and, of course, the password, right? Now let's return to the vulnerable machine and check for the new email. Click on the Click Me hyperlink. So let's hop back to the machine, which I have put on tab. So we should have a new email here from Cmnatic. So we're gonna click me. But when I do this, let's look at the screen instead, right? We could do this though. Let's see. We could do this. Oh my god. What happened? That was tiny. It's a web browser thingy. So I should have just clicked. Now let's do click me. I can't find Please make sure you're using the correct location of the web address. I'm thinking this is a good thing to screenshot. Maybe the whole thing, right? Do I dare to change the size of this? I don't have to. I can just pull it to the side, right? And we can make a nice screenshot. Oh my god, that's annoying! Why did that happen? Who should I complain to? Is it all Firefox's fault? I like Firefox, so it can't be Firefox's fault then, right? So, come on, this one. I want this one up, and then we want... So, where is the actual program here? If I pull this slightly to the side. So we can see that it tested and tried several times, right? This is what I want in my screenshot. So I'm gonna make a screenshot of this, and we're gonna put it in our So since I was screenshotting both Linux and Windows, I made a full screenshot of everything. So we have all my 3 screens here. You can see how tiny this one is. And it's also slightly over the other ones. So let's just get this corner and go down to the bottom. And that's the full thing. So yeah, I guess we can do the full thing. It's a lot of data though. So let's hop over to the notes and let's put this one here as an example of how this works. Now we have like a good example. When the link in the email is clicked, we get several attempts to, well, access the link, including the hash. So, well, it's also the IP, including the IP, username, and hash, which is kind of cool, right? Not that it would be logical not to have those in there. It's just very, 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 very nice. So, I put the responder help in the wrong place, sorry. And if you notice me doing such a thing, tell me. It's in the wrong file. Should be in the responder one, of course, right? And let's actually use, well, eth0 might be better. Let's actually put both, because tune0 is most probable, right? It's the most probable one. So I'm just closing the imaging program because it takes lots of memory and sometimes crashes. And then we have this here. Now let's continue reading. I'm assuming we're supposed to paste this somewhere. What type of hash? Okay. Yeah, so it's just information from reading. A responder that I almost couldn't not type before. And this is the answer here. So, and I love that they have improved, so it doesn't matter that there's a space there. I saw it and I didn't remove it because I know it can do it. So this is great stuff, right? Great stuff. Should we assume it's fixed? So now we're hopping to the blue side, and we're going to detect this, right? A URL role has been created by Florian the Roth to detect emails containing the file element in the moniker link. So, your machine cat yar. Let's see, where can we find this? Yeah, I thought so. There are links here. So, we have the URL here. And it's very nicely named too. And it says Twitter. Okay, so it's even the post of it. In February. Okay. I'm not following him, so let's do that. So maybe we should follow him here too, though, right? And on LinkedIn. So let's reopen that closed one. Yeah, I can look at that later. So I guess we'll copy this and we'll save it as the same name, right? I don't have any blue stuff on my machine yet. This is the first. Well, maybe not the first, but like, it's not a lot of stuff here. Let's plus this with a new one. Let's paste this. And let's save it. Yar. Yar. It's all pirates here. Sounds like a pirate thing to call something .yar, right? Yar yar. So, this is not an exploit. This is a yar rule. I'm thinking, should I make a blue directory? Or should I make a yara one? Because I'm getting a lot of them in here in the... I should like clean out stuff. Python files. I mean, like, these should be in folders. Let's go with blue, because the biggest reason I have these like this is because when I share my root as a HTTP server to download stuff, I have my exploits and everything, you know, tools, shells, everything is there. So
Potato
blue
says,
stuff, we don't do that.
Hi, fix it.
Good
morning, smile, smile.
Welcome in. Nice to see you again. Everything good? How was New Year's? So we're making a blue directory on my VM. We're going to put a Yara one here. So let's save it there. So Mousepad knows what Yara is, which is kind of good, right? So. Let's hop back here. So this is of course the same, just not as colored as nicely.
Everything is good. I'm very positive this New Year's. I hope everything is good on your side too.
Yeah, I did something crazy and made a New Year's resolution not to eat candy. How do you think? How long will I manage? No, but it's more like generally trying to be healthy. My shoulder, I've had shoulder inflammation, so I can kind of move again. I'm going to get started training again and stuff. Though it's very snowy outside and minus a lot.
I'm very confident that you will keep it up.
Yeah, I actually did it a long time ago. I had the same one, though I was still eating, bread and everything. Like, cakes are not candy, right? But it all depends on what you think. I have to just increase the light on my phone to see what temperature it is. So let's see, it is... Oh, it's going up, that's nice. So this one says it's just like -4 now. And it's actually going up, and midnight is going to go plus, and tomorrow it'll be warm. For 2 days of plus degrees at least. But still, it's... And it's going to rain. Ah, well. Yeah. So we'll have a lot of snow, if you can see, before it... I know this doesn't help. Because I have manual focus on that one. Yeah. So... It's very snowy right now. It looks like you're not going out running, right? When it's a lot of snow. Yeah, so I'm really... Yeah, let's go. Let's eat healthier, let's start moving again, because my body's been like a bit of a mess now. I have 2 colds in a row, and then I got this shoulder inflammation that's been kind of extremely painful. At the start, at least. So now I'm just... Let's go. And this too, right? Let's continue. Wireshark. Additionally, the SMB request from the victim to the client has been
I think
seen.
getting closer to the summer really is going to get easier.
Yeah.
I'm dying for the summer already. Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, it's just like the start of January yet though, so maybe we shouldn't get too excited. Let's actually... I'll show you what it looks like outside. It doesn't look like summer for me here. I'll show you. Let me see. Let's just hop to... I need to start my app for looking at. Here is what I'm using to share my phone's camera. So let's see. Let's pop it up. And right. I have a desk. You'll see mess for a bit here. Whatever, this is good enough, right? So this is what it looks like outside. So it doesn't look like it's very snowy. It's not like it's a lot of snow, but it's like 10 centimeters of snow. It's cold, mostly. Just cold outside.
All it's freezing. We just had -2 but no snow. Rained all night.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's been colder. I think it was yesterday, probably like... let's hop back to this. I think it's been like -8. Yeah, anyway. The last few days. And when I woke up this morning, it was like cold in the room because coming through the window, a bit of cold. More than it's been. It hasn't been that cold. This is just a second short bit of snow we've had. So it's not like it's been snow all the time. Christmas wasn't any snow, unfortunately, but New Year's we had a bit of snow. So yeah, so it doesn't feel like, oh yeah, I want to go out running right now, but soon. um so so let's just see what they said before this. They just said that there is a jar rule, and then they say Wireshark. Additionally, the SMB request from the victim to the client can be seen in the packet capture with a truncated hash. Yeah, so we don't see the full thing then. We should see the full thing. Why? Anyway, they just told us this. We didn't ask us to do anything, which I think is kind of, we're not supposed to do anything more. Remediation. Microsoft has included patches to resolve the vulnerability in February's Patch Tuesday release. Yeah, I kind of thought so. You can see a list of knowledge articles by Office Build here. Yeah, let's just look at that. So it would be kind of nice to see if the Outlook installed on my computer has been updated. It should have, of course. It's long ago, February. Of course, some people won't update. Office 2016. So am I like blind? $2019. Yeah, I'm not gonna read that, of course. Updating Office through Windows Update or the Microsoft Update catalog. Let's click that too. Is strongly recommended. Oh, this was a pretty page. Was wrong. Let's update the thing again. Nah. This looks like a very buggy page. Additionally, in the meantime, it's a timely reminder to practice general safe cybersecurity practices. For example, reminding users to do not click random links. Preview links before clicking them. Forward suspicious email to respective department responsible for cybersecurity. Since this vulnerability bypasses Outlook's protected view, there's no way to reconfigure Outlook to prevent this attack. Additionally, preventing the SMB protocol entirely may do more harm than good, especially as it's essential for accessing network shares. However, you may be able to block this at the firewall level, depending on the organization. Yeah, so we usually don't share files with SMB outside the company, right? Click me to proceed on to the next task. Yeah, so I wanted to play with this. I wanted to do this detection. They're just, as this is a part of the basic one here, Cybersecurity 101, all the rooms in here were short. So I think this was probably created for it. No, maybe not. Or rather it wasn't. Yeah. It was just be aware. Be aware, that's the thing. Can we do something anyway? We'll see. Congress, this was fun. As we know, Outlook is an extremely popular email client. The CV is known to affect a large portion of the Office suite, and given its extremely low attack complexity, it's quite a spicy one. Remember, it's essential to update Outlook through Windows Update and Microsoft Update Catalog as soon as possible, as there's no way to prevent Outlook's protective view from being bypassed. And this was just putting an exclamation mark in there, right? In the link. Have they checked all the things? So we could have done this one easily and gotten a few more points there during the actual thingy. So this is interesting. Why did this pop up? This is new to me. Have they changed something here? Because I wasn't done with the room. Let's click next like that. It's not possible. Yeah, so let's look here instead. So what we haven't done is to detect this being done. We didn't even copy the NTLM. Let's go back to let's close Irian, saving some resources. So we have this running still too, I'm assuming. There. So this one is still running. Over here. So the machine's still on. I don't remember. I know that in the anti-siphon courses I've done, I've used arrows, but it's just like a short thing like that, and it's not like when you're doing it in your own pace. It's just like, oh, it's a lab. Oh, my kid's called. Oh, you know. So I really want to explore how to use them myself. I have never done it on my machine. So let's take the opportunity to actually check how on earth do I use a arrow, right? For myself on my machine to detect something. Now this is not a Windows machine, but this is. So this is where we would detect it. How to run a Yara rule. And it is 11. And that's when TryHackMe reminds me it exists. So using Yara from the command line. Yara's documentation. Getting started with Yara. Now let's look at getting started here. So, well, that's a nice image. I mean, like, very green. I like green. That kind of green. Yara is a powerful and versatile tool. Classify files based on content. Yeah, I might read this. What do you think? Let's learn Yara, because we need to know all the things. And if we don't know the defenses, we don't know how to bypass them. What is Yara? Yara is a powerful and versatile tool that helps you identify and classify files based on their content. Imagine you have a bunch of files and you want to find all the ones that contain a specific pattern, like a certain string of text or a particular sequence of bytes. Yara lets you create custom rules that match these patterns and that span your files and find any matches. It's like having a super-powered search engine to find exactly what you're looking for, even if it's hidden deep inside a file. Yara is great for malware researchers, security professionals, and anyone else who wants to needs to analyze files quickly and efficiently. What are Yara rules? Well, let's look at this one first, right? So what did we actually have here? We have a rule and we have a name. We have meta, which is a description, an author, a reference, with a GitHub URL, date, modified, score, and ID. Strings, subject, received. And then we have what obviously is the interesting bit, right? Also condition file size is less than a meg. Okay, so you want to look at in files that are bigger. This is a link. I don't get it. I guess it's a mail, so it doesn't look in mails that are bigger than a megabyte. So if you send a 2 megs file, you won't get found out. Whatever. So a lot of file and slashes and stuff, and then we have 600, a million formats of like video files. You couldn't just do everything. It's like doing everything it can think of. Let's hop to the end. So the whole thing here is that it's file slash, right? But wasn't there also an exclamation mark needed? And I guess that's what we have here, right? I don't know how this format works exactly. So it's supposed to be an email, subject and received. Is that the thing? XR1. Ah, interesting. Now we know what that looks like at least. That's the rule. Your rules are a set of instructions that you create to help Yara identify files based on their content. Each Yara rule consists of 2 main parts: a set of conditions describing the pattern you're looking for, and actions to create when the pattern is found. I don't see anything specific here about when it's found, but I guess that's something people add themselves on to the rule. The conditions part of a jar rule can include things like strings, regular expressions, or byte sequences, and they define the specific content that jar should search for. The actions part of a jar rule can include things like printing a message, executing a command, or setting a flag to indicate that a match was found. Oh, play with the robot arm. Why didn't I hear that? I didn't notice the redeem. Right, we need to put a message for that. I think that happened before. So, fix the problem, get the robot arm, okay? So first we fix it, I didn't see it. So we're going to StreamerBot. We don't wait, we fix problems at once. So this is a redeem channel point. Let's add something here called robot arm, and there. So let's add a reward redemption that is called, the text is too tiny for me. What am I calling it? Hi on YouTube. Play with the robot arm there. Right? And what we're gonna do, we're gonna copy stuff from this, right? So I just know that it was redeemed. Because if I don't know it was redeemed, I'm not gonna do it. And I don't want to miss anything, do I? So let's just copy. Copy sub action. You can't just Control C these. I wish. So paste sub action. And we're gonna do time to play with the robot arm. There. So next time it is redeemed. Of course we test it, right?
FixerBot says.
Time to play with the robot arm.
There. Now I won't miss it again. Let me get the robot. And we need the camera too. So, this is phone on. It's dusty. Right, I've reorganized quite a lot. Where did I put it? I think I might have put it on this side. Seriously, if I don't find it, we can't play with it. It's not that big. Oh, I put it in the drawer, did I? Let's see. Nah, it's all empty. Cleaning is sometimes messy, and you don't find stuff. So it's definitely not here where it usually is. So where is the robot arm? Might have to postpone this thing. Yeah, I'll have to finish cleaning. It's in the middle of it. So the robot arm is a tiny arm of plastic, kinda, that you can control from stream. You can pick stuff up. The problem right now is that I don't see it. And I'm reorganizing a lot, so I have a pile of like boxes with stuff here. I have 2 over there. That's usually the shelves that are empty right now. So I'm sorry. At least I won't miss it again. Sorry for that. I'll do one more check. Right over there. Yes, I have no clue why I moved it really. Except for it's empty in the place where it used to be. And we have like made lots of boxes like this, with different sorted things, right? And I've sorted things that have to do with electronics, like these, and things that are just general, like USB cords and network cable fixing and stuff. And like, it's really messy. This is the side of my computer, which is currently in the middle of the floor. So it's open right now. Yeah. So I'm sorry, but I don't know where it is. Which is a very odd thing. It's not that tiny. So it's in a tiny plastic jar. It's like folded together. But it's bigger than one of those. So when I think the size, it's clear plastic. So here we have cables. It's very odd that it could disappear. It's like an empty box. Here we have some lights. Yeah, so I'll probably find it if I look in this pile here. Those are new sheets. I'm going to read my bag. And here we have connectors and stuff. So, more keyboards. Running. Things for running. There. So we have electronics book. This is the running things. Yes, I don't really know where it could possibly be. Seriously, it's very odd. So that's for like lock picking. Well, there's something falling. Those are the beads that I removed from my boxes that my kids didn't get a bow anymore. So those boxes. Yeah, so I'm probably getting rid of these are going to the other room. I'll just hop in there quickly just to make sure that it's not there, right? Nah. So it's mostly tools and stuff in the wardrobe. This other room. Here we have electrical stuff. Should read that one. All of it. Yes, it's really not here. So, running things. These are in the room. I'll do that later. Just one lost place. Yeah. Even found the one that usually goes on top of it. The box I usually have on top of it, I found. Not it. These cupboards, nothing. Yeah, so I'm gonna give up for now. I'm gonna finish the cleaning first, and it will just appear, right? So that one of the boxes had a lot of these bottles and things. I just bought these when, and then I got a cold, and then shoulder inflammation thingy, and then it's winter. Maybe I should go skiing or something. This is actually just behind our house. They even make fake snow with cannons. So we went outside on a walk yesterday, me and my hubby, and we were or rather he was, I didn't hear it. I sorted it out. He was, what's that sound? It's oh right, I hear that. It was ooh. It's not the road, it's the wrong tone. What's the sound? And we walked further and we were and he said again, so what's that sound? I'm yeah, I can hear it. And then we saw snow cannons just going up in the air making a pile on the golf court. So all over the golf court it's ski. So unfortunately, it's not like a downhill thing. That's kind of what I prefer if I get issues. So let's continue reading about Jara, right? So the conditions part of the Yara rule. And I'm very sorry about the robot. I'm sorry that I didn't find it, and I feel very odd that I didn't find it, because it's not a big thing, but it's also kind of an important thing. And it doesn't fit in the tiniest drawer. So, but I'm unfortunately having to skip it. So, the condition part of the Yara rule can include things like strings, regular expressions, or byte sequences, and they define the specific content that Yara should search for. The actions part of the Yara rule can include things like printing a message, executing a command, or setting a flag to indicate that a match was found. Installing Yara. Do you think it's pre-installed? What do you think? In Kali, I mean. First things first. Let's install Yara onto our system using the following command. And now we kind of want it on Windows, right? Too. Not on Kali. I'm using a Debian-based system in the following demonstrations. Please adjust the installation command according to your Linux distribution. But I'm assuming you can run Yara on Windows. Anyway, just Yara is what the package is installed, or called. Creating our first Yara rule. So I'm gonna skip a bit. Funny rule. So the command is also Yara. Yeah, so this is a bit longer than I want to read right now on stream. But this could be a great thing to TTS while I'm making food or something. Or also maybe look into deeper. This looks like a great article. Let's actually send it to everybody. So I'm putting a dash before the link so that the TTSs won't read them. YouTube and Twitches. So let's see. Now we're going to add Windows here, right? Because the one we have is Windows. Yara's documentation, how to run on Yara exe. So let's see if we have it on the VM, if it's not closed down. Yeah, this is where we have it. So let's see. We don't have the room page up anymore. So let's CMD. Oh gosh, that's slow. And let's administrator. And we don't have the password. The only one we got in this room is attacker, right? So maybe we got one in the room. Let's go back. There. Yeah, so it's 34 minutes. I'm not gonna dig too far into it, don't worry. I just wanna have a tiny hint of how it works, running it, installing it, making sure that it's on, you know. And then it disconnected, of course. Okay. Right. I was looking for the password. I think we might have had some password up here. Okay, so if we want to RDP to it, we had creds here. But we're not admin. So let's just run a normal CMD. And let's do, see if we have Yara. Nah. So probably it's not even here, or they would have put it there, or not, you know, like we could see it better. I guess we're in Windows. Oh, wrong start button. Actually, this too. So we're gonna sheet and do Yara. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything on this machine, so it's not helpful to us. But it's exe, and obviously we can download it from these guys, right? So who makes Yara? So Yara download virus total Yara, and we get back at this. Yeah, no, I want to go to the other one too. So Yara. This is not the main repo. Pattern matching Swiss knife. Yara is a tool aimed at but not limited to helping malware researchers to identify and classify malware samples. With Yara you can create descriptions of malware families or whatever you want to describe based on textual and binary patterns. Yeah, so it appears like VirusTotal is who's making this. So let's go to VirusTotal. And they have penned Yara and Yara X. Rewrite of Yara in Rust. People. So of course we've heard of VirusTotal, right? So yeah. So yeah, they have Yara here under tools too. So let's check this page. Web page, please. VT hunting is a service that leverages the power of Yara. VT as in VirusTotal. Oh, whatever. This is not what we clicked Yara, right? Okay, so look, now we're in an actual bright light page. This one doesn't look like it does well with dark mode. Context off. Where's all get up IO Yara? Yeah, so of course Yara needs its own nodes, right? In our nodes. In our information database. So let's put it here. And this is definitely blue team, right? But it's, yeah, let's put Yara here, I guess. So Yara. How about spelling it correctly? And we, first of all, I'm gonna put the main repo, which kind of says virus total there, showing us that this is what it is. And then we have the link to the Yara page, which is kind of the main. Maybe we should switch these around. So this seems to be the docs. Who's using this is more like an ad. But this is its official page. Then we have this nice page that we started reading. Great info doc. This is like the official stuff. Yeah, I think this is enough for now. So let's copy a few sentences from different pages. Maybe this is the best source of short data, right? Let's make our own sense of this. This is just ad stuff. That identifies files. Well, let's keep the and classify. Files based on their content. Helping malware researchers. And lots of others. Very specific. So, let's put this quick description at the top. So we have a basic Yara thingy there now. And we have where to find it. Let's make sure we have a download too. This one had, though, the Kali installation for it, right? So, apt-get. I'm sorry, but it's just so old-fashioned. Let's modify that. We don't want that either. There. The rules. We have this linked. We have this linked. We didn't link this, but it's kind of obvious that it says virus total everywhere, right? So we're done with this room. And it hopped us to a little nice next button that I didn't click, so let's view path again. This is the one we did now. So I already had done the Metasploit once in blue. This is done. This is done. This is done. We're like almost finished with this one. There are just a few ones left. Is it only those? Now I'm like, what? There's nothing over cryptography. I thought I had like, let's see if we can find those. I thought I had like Wireshark Still. Was I blind? Where's Wireshark? Welcome
New
in. Thanks
follower
for the
Naletra.
follow.
Less than 3.
Come on, come on. I was kinda sure I had a Wireshark in here. Is that the only thing we have left? So we're currently still 96% as we were. Networking. Also, I did the Wireshark and TCP dump once. Then we only have the cryptography ones left. Let's do hashing basics, because this one is... I want to dig into the how the cryptography exactly works in details. And that's not very fun for you on stream, right? So let's do hashing basics. I think this is a simple, very simple room where we just hash a lot. A lot of example things. So it could be fun. Practice is never wrong, and we want to finish the cybersecurity 101, right? So let's clean up notes. What were we doing? Make sure we finished all the things. So this had its nice screenshot there where we clicked I should have pulled this down so we could see the link click right in the mail. There, but it's kind of good enough. And responder, we added the help too. And we also added, like, possible. Another example, we'd use tune 0 instead, which is kind of logical when we're doing TryHackMe and stuff, right? So, we'll also add lots of stuff there. To lots of different places. So now we're going hashing. And yeah, kind of were right where we were here. I moved cryptography to this place. Though I have hashing separately from cracking brute forcing. So maybe as we added cryptography in here, maybe it should go in the same place. Because what we're usually trying to do is something with hashes or encoding, right? Decoding. Let's just do it at this instant. Let's fix this. So I have a lot of main items here, right? And they're all overlapping in some way. But as we have MD5, this is the RSA note with the maths explained. Why not put base64 with all the other stuff, right? The base64 is encoding. It's not hashing, but hashing is in here. So it is all mixing anyway. Let's merge, because it's always like, where did I put this thing, right? Like hash prefixes definitely belong there, not up here, right? So okay. What's this? I don't recognize this one. Is this something I have lost? Oh, yeah, I recognize this page. But why not have all the other tools at the same one? I don't know. Because I have them in my browser, probably, right? Let's just delete this one. Oh. I just realized when I deleted it that I should probably have checked my... All files are not visible, only the ones I've told it to. I'm just hopping into my recycle bin here and putting it back. Because there might be stuff in there. And I also usually always shift delete stuff. And you don't do it there. So, there. What happened? I clicked something. Oh, whatever. close this page again. So 17 here. Before we delete it, we want to show in System Explorer to confirm that it is actually empty, right? And then we're going to delete it here with Shift Delete, so we don't get anything in our trash bin. There. Now it's clean and gone. And possibly we could add like hashes encoding here too, but we can't have however long ones, right? Let's change it so it includes decoding, right? Cracking, brute force, it should be, but decoding. Decoding. There. So now it's like more general everything. It all belongs in the same place. Then I know we have zip tar, and in another place we have file exploration, right? So there's so many overlaps. So this is just under directory for this, really, right? So this should be in here and should be renamed to this. While I'm at it, why not fix it at once instead of waiting, right? So we fixed it. So why is this called data images? That's odd. Let's rename this to images, which is always what it's called. I don't know what data images. Seems like it's just images in here. Let's just check what else it's in here. It's just images. Because only file formats I've told it to show will show, right? So there. So if I see anything else to fix, I'll fix it. But now we're done. Now let's continue with what we were actually doing. And hop to where were we going? So this is the Yara rule creator. I'm gonna follow him too. There. So, hashing basics. Learn about hashing functions and their uses in password verification and file integrity checking. Easy. 75 minutes. Is there a lot to read? I think it's a lot of practical work in this one. So that's probably why it's supposed to take some time. So it's snowing. Matches the outside of my window here. Consider the scenario where you just downloaded a 6 GB file and want to know whether the copy you downloaded is identical to the original file bit for bit. How would you do that? Or if a good Samaritan handed you a 6 GB file on a USB memory drive, how can you be sure it's identical to the one you want to download? The answer to both of these questions lies in comparing the hash value of the two files. If two hash values are equal, you can see that with very high certainty that the two files are identical. But what is a hash value? A hash value is a fixed size string of characters that is computed by a hash function. A hash function takes the input of an arbitrary size and returns the output of a fixed length, i.e. a hash value. We will cover various exciting and clever uses of hash functions and values in this room. Note about terminology. We flavored the terms hash functions and hash value. However, occasionally we will use the word hash as a verb and mean calculate the hash value. Moreover, we occasionally use the word hash by itself as a noun to refer to the hash value. Do they really need to explain that? Room prerequisites. This room is a third of the 3 consecutive rooms about cryptography. Therefore, we reference the topics in the previous 2 rooms. It is recommended that you finish at least 2 rooms before attempting this one. Learning objectives. Upon the completion of this room, you will learn about hash functions and collisions, the role of hashing in authentication systems, recognize and stored hash values, checking hash values, the use of hashing for integrity protection. To follow along, let's start the virtual machine by pressing the start machine button below. Hop. I was like, did this not hop to the wrong place? Yeah, it did. I have some lemon yogurt. This machine will start in split screen view. You can also access it with SSH. So bye. We can SSH. Yes. So we still needed to start. So user TryHackMe 123 exclamation mark. Can we remember that? The IP will be there soon. There, probably. Because it hopped. So we have an IP. Let's hop back to the screen. And let's see. Yeah, so of course we can close responder. Oh right, I was going to copy this to the notes as example of responder output. That was close. Very close. So I created this new thing here where I put my responder. Examples. We're going to have an example output too.
Morning, fix it. I hope you had a good Christmas and New Year. Smile, smile.
I did, thank you. Hope you had the same. So, hope everything is good with you now. Let's see. I'm gonna type example output, I think. Yeah, so a lot of people I haven't seen in a bit. That's great. Welcome back in. So, the good thing here with Obsidian is that if you don't want to see this, you can just I'm looking for the help.
Yeah, we had a nice quiet one.
Nice. We kind of did too, but there was still a lot of progress for, especially one of my kids. So I'm actually going to, let's just leave it as it is. Let's just leave it there. So now we can exit that. Okay, not 2 exits. Oh, this one is also done. Oh my. So we're going to SSH to user at actually 220.20.85. There.
Mayank Lange says, hey, search about Rakshit Tandon.
Hi, welcome in. Is that something special that you want me to search about? Let's see here. Let's remember the password for the user here. So I copied too much. There.
Mayank Lange says yeah.
Yeah, okay, sure. So we're in the box. So I'm copying here. Cybersecurity expert in India. It says. So, is there something special about him that you wanted to share?
Mayank Lange says thank you so much.
So you have Google too, right? Yeah, but I can look at that later. So thank you. So I'm currently connecting to a lot of people on LinkedIn. Maybe I'll connect to that person too. We'll see. So what is hash functions? Hash functions are different from encryption. There is no key, and it's meant to be
Mayank
impossible.
Lange says okay.
Or in computer, actually impractical, like taking a million years to go from the output back to the input. A hash function takes some input data of any size and creates a summary of the digest of the data.
Oh, those messages are from your YouTube. I was confused for a moment. Smile, smile.
Ah, yeah, it's YouTube. It's YouTube messages. Yeah, so we're talking about hashes, so of course it is impossible. It's not only impractical, it's impossible. We're not talking about encryption now. So a hash function takes some input data of any size and creates a summary or digest of that data. The output has a fixed size. It's hard to predict the output for any input or vice versa. Good hashing algorithms will be relatively fast to compute and relatively slow to reverse, i.e. go from the output to determine the input. Any slight change in the input data, even a single bit, should be a significant change to the output. Go back? Yeah, I'm like, what? If it's a tiny bit of data? Let's check an example. In the terminal below, we can see two files. The first contains the letter T, while the second contains the letter U. If you check T and U in the ASCII table or using hexdump, you will notice that it's two letters, different by a single bit. T is 54 and U is 55. These in binary. Consequently, the following two files differ with a single bit. However, if we compare their MD5, message digest algorithm 5 hashes, and their SHA-1 secure hash algorithm 1 hashes, or their SHA-256 secure hash algorithm 256 hashes, we will notice that they are entirely different. We recommend that you try the commands below yourself. The files are located in Hashing Basics Task 2. So, we have connected to this one, and I'm assuming that they want us to do this there. I don't know why though. It's not like we can make these files ourselves. Well, let's see. Hashing basics. Nah, it's bash. So, yeah, I have the uppercase T. 2. So here we have file 1 and file 2. So, let's do as they suggest and cat the files. So let's cat F1 and cat file 2. Okay, yeah, there's no new line, so we can only see the single letters here, T and U. And then we do hex dump. We don't really need to do hex dump, do we? Let's just do all the things, right? C file 1.txt. So it's always good to practice stuff, even if it's very simple, right? So let's do the same with 2. Because the more you use commands, the more they're just in your brain, right? So I'm just following along here, catting, hex dumping. The next is to do the MD5 sums SHA-1 and SHA-26 of everything in the directory. That's text files, right? So let's do MD5 sum. Oh gosh, I'm typing in the screen where I was. I didn't want to do that, right? We want to do it here. MD5 sum. Star.txt. And then we do SHA-1. I think it's other called text files.txt in Linux. But maybe that's just me. So SHA-256. So star.txt. So obviously they are different, right? And at the same time, obviously they're the same as these, because it's the same value that's been exactly the same, also because it's the same files on the same machine, right? The output of a hash function is typically raw bytes, which are then encoded. Common encodings are base 64 or hexadecimal. MD5 sum, SHA-1 sum, SHA-256 sum, and SHA-412 sum produce their outputs in hexadecimal format. Remember that hexadecimal format prints each raw byte as 2 hexadecimal digits. Why is hashing important? Hashing plays a vital role in our daily use of the internet. Like other cryptographic functions, hashing remains hidden from the user. Hashing helps protect data's integrity and ensure password confidentiality. Consider this example of hashing being used to protect your cybersecurity. When you log in to TryHackMe, the server uses hashing to verify your password. In fact, as per good security practices, the server does not record your password, it records the hash value of your password. Whenever you want to log in, it will calculate the hash value of the password you submitted with a recorded hash value. Similarly, when you log into your computer, hashing plays a role in verifying your password. You interact more indirectly with hashing than you would think, and almost daily in the context of passwords. What's a hash collision? A hash collision is when 2 different inputs give the same output. Hash functions are designed to avoid collisions as best as possible. Furthermore, hash functions are designed to prevent an attacker from being able to engineer a collision intentionally. However, because the number of inputs is practically unlimited and the number of possible output is limited, this leads to pigeonhole effect. As a numeric example, if a hash function produces a 4-bit hash value, we only have 16 different values. The total number of possible hash values is 2 number of bits. So 2 up to 4 is 60. What do you call it? 2 exponent 4 or something? I kind of read it in Swedish, which is odd. The probability of a collection is relatively very high. The pigeonhole effect states that the number of items, pigeons, is more than the number of containers, pigeonholes. Some containers must hold more than one item. In other words, in this context, there are a fixed number of different output values for the hash function, but you can give it any size input. As there are more inputs than outputs, some inputs must inevitably give the same output. There you're giving a lot of text on this basic thing that's obvious, right? If you have 21 pigeons and 16 pigeonholes, some of the pigeons are going to share the pigeonholes. Consequently, collisions are unavoidable. However, a good hash function ensures that the probability of collision is negligible. It's mostly that you shouldn't be able to intentionally engineer a collision. That's the thing, right? MD5 and SHA-1 has been attacked and are now considered insecure due to ability to engineer hash collisions. However, no attack has yet given a collision in both algorithms simultaneously. So if you compare MD5 and SHA-1 hashes, you will see that they're different. You can view the MD5 collision example of the MD5 collision demo page. Furthermore, you can read the details of the SHA-1 collision attack it shattered. Due to these, you shouldn't trust neither algorithm for hashing passwords or data, but maybe you should trust both. Then I'm adding. So if you check both, it should be kind of safe. What is the size of what is the, not the size, the hash of the password? Right, so there was another file here in the directory, and I noticed I was thinking, yeah, so this is for the tasks at the end of the questions. So let's do SHA and just do star because I'm lazy, and then we got it. So it's not like it takes time. What is the output size in bytes of the MD5 hash function? MD5. Let's do it careful here and count. So MD5. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we have the same again. 8. So we calculated that it is 16. Not by thinking though. If you have an 8-bit hash output, how many possible hash values are there? There are... so should we do the calculator for this one? We should calculate, not just say stuff, right? So we got a nice little thing before how to calculate. So let's do 2 with an exponent. Where is it? There. No, not 2. And we want 8 bits. So then we have 256, right? 256. So we're very thorough now, right? Insecure password storage for authentication. Hashing has many uses in cybersecurity. In this room, we will focus on 2 uses, password storage and data integrity. We refer to password storage when used for authentication. It's important to note that this does not apply to password managers, where you must retrieve your password in clear text. On the other hand, authentication mechanisms only need to confirm that the user knows the password, so they can be granted access to the resource. Therefore, this problem differs from password managers. Obviously, storage of insecure password storage for authentication. Most web applications need to verify a user's password at some point. Storing these passwords in plain text is a very insecure security practice. You've probably seen news stories about companies that have had their databases leaked, knowing that many people use the same password on various accounts, including their online banking. Leaking the password of one account jeopardizes the security of all other accounts. We will visit 3 insecure practices when it comes to passwords. Storing passwords in plain text, storing password using deprecated encryption, storing passwords using an insecure hashing algorithm, storing passwords in plain text. Quite a few data breaches have leaked plain text password. You're probably familiar with the RockUTXT password list on Kali Linux, among many other offensive security distributions. This password list came from RockU, a company that developed social media applications and widgets. They stored their passwords in plain text, and the company had a data breach. The text file contains over 14 million passwords. You can find RockUTXT in the user share wordless directory. So, I'm skipping counting, using VCL to count how many words or lines there's in here. And here's the most common ones, right? Using an insecure encryption algorithm. Adobe's notable data breach was slightly different. Instead of using a secure hashing function to store the hash values of the password, the company used a deprecated encryption format. Furthermore, password hints were stored in plain text, sometimes containing the password itself. Consequently, the plain text password could be retrieved relatively quickly using an insecure hash function. LinkedIn also suffered from a data breach in 2012, and I think it was in there. LinkedIn used an insecure hashing algorithm, the SHA-1, to store user passwords. Furthermore, no password salting was used. Password salting refers to adding a salt, i.e. a random value, to the password before it has like a few years ago, I received emails with people saying, "I know your password" in the main line. It's not like people sending; it's just their mass mailing. Probably from this. So it was like much further after that. It was long after it happened. Furthermore, no password salting was used. Password salting refers to adding a salt, a random value, to the password before it is hashed. What is the 20th password of RockUTXT? And of course we have to use it on this box, right? So I guess. So how many lines to head to? We can say, right? So lines n. So instead of 10, we wanted to do n20. And we wanted to do user share word lists RockU. So it's QWERTY. We could never have guessed, right? Using hashing for secure password storage. So this is where hashing comes in. What if instead of storing the password?
That's my password. Wow.
Oh my god, I got ya! Yeah, so who has never used a password containing query? I admit I have used that as a part of my password. It was actually part of the password that I got mailed.
Never used QWERTY actually.
Not only QWERTY, but like have it a part somewhere in the password to make it like a long, messy thing.
Not even part of the password.
Good.
We used to use asks a lot though.
Ah. Yeah. LKJ. Okay, so ask LKJ.
Easy to type.
Yeah. So I think that most things that you type a lot though are easy. So if you, that's the reuse of passwords, right?
And we added 123 to the end.
Yeah. We could see if it's in there. Like ASD LKJ123. Is it in there in the rack here? What do you think? Now I have to know. So let's just grab it.
Might be.
We can use grab it once, but I'm more comfortable using cat. So let's cat this thing. This tiny file to grab. And let's do, see if it's in there. It's there. It got ya too. So
That's the overuse of cat when it's not needed. I do cat file vertical bar grep all the time too though.
yeah, it's like a nice thing. Using hashing to store passwords. This is where hashing comes in. What if instead of storing the password, you just store the hash value using the secure hashing function? This process means that you never have to store the user's password, and if your database is leaked, an attacker will have to crack each password to find out what the password was. There's just one problem with this. What if two users have the same password? As a hash function will always return the same input to the same output, you will store the same password hash for each user. This means that if someone cracks that hash, they gain access to more than one account. It also means someone can create a rainbow table to break the hashes. A rainbow table is a lookup table. Let's scroll down there. That converts hashes to plain text, so you can quickly find out what password the user had just from the hash. A rainbow table trades the time to crack the hash for hard drive space, but it takes time to create. Here's a quick example to get an idea what a rainbow table looks like. So, basketball has this hash in 75, I guess. How many characters was that? Websites like CrackStation and Hashes.com internally use massive rainbow tables that provide fast password cracking for hashes without salts. Doing a lookup in a sorted list of hashes is quicker than trying to crack the hash. So, yeah, without salts is the thing, right? Protecting against rainbow tables. To protect against rainbow tables, we add salt to the password. The salt is a randomly generated value stored in the database and should be unique to each user. In theory, you could use the same salt for all users, but duplicate password would still have the same hash, and the rainbow table could still be created for password with that salt. The salt is added to either the start or the end of the password before it's hashed. And this means that every user will have a different password hash, even if they have the same password. Hash functions like bcrypt and scrypt handle this automatically. Salts don't need to be kept private. Example of security storing password. You can find many good guides online that promote the best security practices when storing passwords. Please check if there are any standards you need to follow when storing passwords before adopting one. Consider this example following good security practices when storing user passwords. We select a secure hashing function such as argon2, scrypt, bcrypt, or pbkdf2. We add a unique salt to the password such as concatenate the password with a unique salt. For example, where the password is this, the salt string will be this. Calculate the hash value of the combined password and salt. In this example, we're using the chosen algorithm. You need to calculate the hash value of this. Store the hash value and the unique salt used. Using encryption to store passwords. Considering the problem of saving password for authentication, why don't we encrypt password instead of all these cumbersome steps? The reason is that even if you select a secure hashing algorithm to encrypt the password before storing them, we still need to store the use key. Consequently, if someone gets a key, they can easily decrypt all the passwords. Manually check the hash. Okay, so now I get it. This one is in the list above. So 4C59. Do we have more than one with 4C59? 4C59 here. Nothing else? So let's copy this one. So, crack the hash using an online tool. So, I'm like, which icon is it? I'm not a robot. So it is not found with this one. Did I copy it right? So, which ones did it mention? I'm curious now. Hashes count. Right. This was my second try. Capture check. GM4 and WMU. TryHackMe. So should you encrypt passwords in password verification system? Yeah or nay? Nay. So in my more here, I have the hash type identifier, which is on hashes.com. And when I did, is it like this, right? Yeah, it didn't decrypt it, but sometimes last time I did this, I actually got the answer too. So it seems like it uses this function too, sometimes. Which is interesting, right? So, but let's put this one too in here. I don't think I managed to drag it. So no more. Yeah, I had it there. Oh no. Well, I was already on the page.
I knew this stuff about hashing passwords including with salts, but it's nice to have to explained and read out by you. Smile smile.
Yeah, great, thank you. So it's not useless just because it's simple. Also, I'm thinking that running the commands again, never hurt anyone.
It confirms what I thought I knew.
Yeah. So I probably know everything here, but I still want to finish this, and why not read it, right? So let's continue. Recognizing password hashes. From the cyber defensive security perspective, we covered how to store passwords securely for authentication system. Let's tackle this from the offensive security perspective. If we start with a hash, we can recognize its type, eventually crack it, and recover the original password. Automated hash recognition tools such as Hash ID exists. Let's open that because it is some PyPy. Exists, but are unreliable for many formats. For hashes that have a prefix, the tools are reliable. Use a healthy combination of context tools. If you find the hash in a web application database, it's more likely to be MD5 than NTLM. Okay, remember? This might be useful information, which is kind of logical still. Automated hash recognition tools often get these hash types mixed up, highlighting the importance of learning yourself. Linux passwords. On Linux, password hashes are stored in as shadow, which is normally only readable by root. They used to be stored in as password, which was readable by everyone. The shadow file contains the password information. Each line contains 9 fields, separated by colons. The 2 first fields are login name and encrypted password. More information about the other fields can be found in Mod5 Shadow on Linux systems. The encrypted password field contains the hashed passphrase with 4 components: prefix, algorithm ID, options, parameters, salt, and hash. It is saved in the format prefix, $option, $salt, $hash. The prefix makes it easy to recognize Unix and Linux side passwords. It specifies the hash algorithm used to generate the hash. Here is a quick table of some of the most Unix-style password prefixes you might encounter. They are listed in order of decreasing strength. You can read more about them by clicking the man page. So, let's do this. I don't know if you can see the shadow file on the machine we're SSH'd into, but we can try, right? So, the reason I don't like man is because I want all this in the command line easy copyable. So I don't like the scrolling thing. But it's usually good information. But we can find it in Google now, so we don't have to use man. Here we can see the prefix for scrypt, prefix for bcrypt, for SHA-12 crypt, and I'm trying to scroll more. So, my scroll fingers are too tired there. One man and I'm falling asleep. I have some lemon yogurt. It's very good, but maybe I should drink it before it's warm. There's the tiniest bits of lemon in there. So, and it's a bit too sweet. Not as much too sweet as it might have been without lemon. So, why? Yes, Crypt is a scalable hashing scheme. It is a default or recommended choice in new
Man's
systems.
Shadow, call B.
Okay. Man Shadow call B. Let's do it.
We'll output the man page, so you can save it to a file.
So, learning is what's the meaning of life, right? So now I can just do this.
Or just scroll up and down.
Yeah. But is this all of it? No. It's not all of it. There was much more. Right, so I did actually man 5 crypt, right? Why is this not in history?
Yeah, I don't think you did Man's Shadow.
No. There. So now we have this long one. And I can easily scroll. And then I need to... It's still not in the history. What kind of trick is this? Filter out reverse line feeds from standard input. No backspaces. So why not? Seriously,
Not sure
not
why
in
it's
there.
not in your history.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
It's
So,
in mine. Was it because you copy and pasted it?
it might be because of the new line after. So if I don't put that there.
Sometimes when I copy-paste stuff it doesn't go in my history.
Okay, let's type. So so let's do man call to call B. And see, yeah, it's there. So it's because I pasted, and it's also SSH,
There's a
right?
space at the start of your copy-paste, which is when I think it happens.
Right, that's a trick. That's a hacker trick, right? So if you don't want it to go to history, put a space at the start.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here we can see.
I might try that.
Yeah, but it's not nice when you want stuff to stay in your history. By the way, let's do this, and let's do man, and
yeah, it doesn't get added to history if there is a space at the start of the line.
Yeah, man 5 crypt pipe call B. So now we're putting this in my history. So we have it in my machine's history. This is kind of a long man page, so it's not fun to... That was a good trick that I'm gonna put in my notes at once, actually. Thank you very
Print
much.
it, smile, lol, smile.
Very nice. Because when I put things in my notes, I have sometimes had to go to man because there's no help. And then I've been like, oh my god. So this was very great. I will remember Cole. Have you tried it without the B? So it's funny how it would work, right? So what happens if we forward it to cat? I'm sorry, I can't make notes before I have explored this more. So if we do this to cat instead, because this is what I've done with other things. Yeah. Let's go down here. So we got the same output from both. So we can just forward it to cat instead. I do that with stuff which has overlapping lines sometimes.
It works without the B, but I guess it does something extra.
Yeah, it removed backspaces, it said, the B, when I checked. So...
Yeah, cat is good too.
Yeah, so what I've used it for is when I have output that actually goes outside the screen. For example, if you check just processes.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Randerman 3000.
Welcome
Less than 3.
in and thank you for the follow. So if you have output, for example, checking just processes, and they go off screen, you can make it wrap around by piping it to cats, simply. That's it. So Colby and cat. Let's put them in some kind of notes. No, it's notes time. So this is Linux basics, and it is maybe it's like more general thing, not a command. Well, let's put a command here too.
Jerome Sluck says. The space at the start of the command is one I'm gonna remember too.
Yeah, I kinda knew. I should have thought of it, but I didn't think of it. So let's give an example here of the man command, right? Man, whatever. My 14-year-old agrees is the best word in the world. Whatever. Call -b, right? And let's do a help. Oh, what happened there? Oopsie doopsie. Oh, there was a space at the start of the line. I'm like, what happened? Did I break it when I made it purple or something? It was CSS, messing with the CSS, you know. Let's see. I did do the help, but I didn't do it on my Kali machine, right? So let's do call help. It's not that long. Yeah. Nah, wrong machine. There. So, what do you think about the purple? Is it horrible? So, I could easily show you what it looks like without the purple. It's the same, like, kind of darkness. Good. Yeah, I like purple, but maybe it's too much. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's good. I took some time, I guess this morning, with meaning late yesterday, right? With trying to get the colors to match the how dark it is, so it's not darker and it's not brighter, but it's the same scale of colors. Let's close that calculator. So we can close this too. And let's hop back to this. I'm guessing we will need to do something there soon, right? I didn't do all the notes I wanted though. Sorry. We'll do a bit more. So this is just the call command. Output man page 2 outputs like normal text. This is the main reason I don't like man, but also because it's like so much text, right? It's not just that it's a scrolly thingy. It's just so much more than this is usually enough. The help. But if you need a dig, you need a dig, right? So let's put this in man. Do I have man here? I probably don't. So let's copy this and make man. Right? And here we're gonna add cat too.
Your obsession isn't on screen.
Thank you. You can always switch screens. I think I have that enabled now. Whatever. Cat.
I did spell it wrong too. Smile, smile.
Obsidian. It sounds more magical that way. Right? Magical.
I knew what I meant.
Yeah, exactly. We both understood it, right? It doesn't matter how you spell stuff. Even ChatGPT can understand.
Just typing wasn't happening.
So, there are different types. I'm not gonna read all this. But this list of the prefixes, that is something that we already had a bit of in the notes. So let's hop back there. We just moved the file to a new home here. But it is still under, no, it is here, hash prefixes, right? So here we have some hash prefixes. Now we have a few more to add to the list. So I'm gonna hop this into Notepad quickly. Just do a VAX.
Mine is $6.
There. So did that actually break the dollar characters? Or is it this that broke it? Yeah, it's this that broke it. Your is 6. Sha, 412. So I should have done this in the text editor. So let's open Notepad again. Each tool has its uses, right? Now I can add these without it hopping around all the time. So, there. do we have doubles? Yes, we do. I don't care right now. These might need some editing too. But it's findable, right? So, modern Linux example. Consider the following line from a modern Linux system's shadow password file. So, strategics. Why? So I'm assuming we're supposed to look here. Yes, script is new systems. Choice from new systems. So we read that part, right? The fields are separated by columns. So the important ones are the username and the hash algorithm, salt and hash value. The second field has the format. So let's look at this again.
Which is the best and worst to use inside the dollar?
Which is the best and worst to use inside the dollar? What? I guess this all to the colon is it, right? So $1, $2, $3.
That list above where you are, it says which is best to use, etc.
Why? Yes script. Scalable hashing scheme and is the default and recommended choice for new systems. So yes script is the one.
Because that's at the top of the list.
Yeah. And it's also called yes. So, yes. That's it. Or what? Then when it becomes no, it won't be yes anymore.
Okay, so $6 isn't that great.
$6 is SHA-412. Let's see what they say it. It's a hash originally developed for libc and commonly used in older Linux systems. Then we have MD5, you know. So this is so much better. So bigger based on Blowfish.
Still 4 things above it.
Newer, several instances. Yeah. Yes, you think the first is the best. Maybe they've just listed stuff. It doesn't have to be in order. It doesn't say number 1, number 2.
It says decreasing strength.
Oh, it did? Where? In order of decreasing strength. Oh, it did. It did. Okay, maybe I should add this to my notes there. I'm just copying this to the top of the list. Like that. So I just added it as a header.
Yeah, I think that's important to know.
Yeah. Thank you. You've got some details there I missed. I didn't even read all of it. I'm thinking like if I need to know more about dollar to be dollar, then I will get more information about that, right? Consider the following line from a modern, right? So we had from colon to colon here. This is the prefix, and then we have options, J9T. And then we have this bit here is the salt. And then we have the hash. So, yeah, maybe we should have something in the notes on this too, right? Let's put it also in hash prefixes, because this is like, or maybe we should have this in like a shadow. I know I have some shadow nodes here, but it's more like unshadow, right? Unshadow nodes. We don't have any shadow nodes there. Let's put some shadow nodes, because information about the shadow file is kind of good when you're trying to crack the password.
I never knew it was divided up with more dollar in the shadow file.
Yeah, so I haven't really taken note of that either. I'm not sure even if I've seen it. Maybe it's like newer? Yeah, modern Linux. It's a modern one.
Never noticed the extra dollar throughout the field.
Yeah, so I think it's the modern thing, right? So if there's no prefix, you can't even know what kind of hash it is, right? So, oh my, the salt we kind of need to know to be able to check if the password is correct, though. So it's like logical that it saves all information, options.
Ah, yeah, mine
everything.
With the 6 only has the salt, nothing else other than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I can check mine too, but not when you're looking, right? Not that my password is a secure one on this. On my Kali VM, you know? But it is there on the TryHackMe network. So I wonder how much protection there is between different customer machines on TryHackMe's network. Could we hack each other's machines, you know? It's an interesting thought. So, shadow. I mean, lots of kids there wanting to play, right? So, example line from modern Linux. So, oh my god. There. So then we take this line here. That's enough. So what we have on the page here, it separates these out for us. We could read ourselves, right?
Rocky Linux 9 only has the $6. Thought that would be modern?
It's probably modern enough. This is like a room that is 77 days old, meaning 2 months. And they've been like, so we're gonna make this very modern now. I don't know. Check. Look, what Linux uses JavaScript for their shadow file. Google must be able to answer that, right? Check it out. So, MS Windows passwords are hashed using NTLM, a variant of MD4. They're visually identical to MD4 and MD5 hashes, so it's very important to use context to determine the hash type. An MS Windows password hashes are stored in the SAMS, Security Accounts Manager. MS Windows tries to prevent normal users from dumping them, but tools like Mimikatz exist to circumvent MS Windows security. Notably, the hashes found there are split into NT hashes and LM hashes. A great place to find more hash formats and password prefixes is hashcat example hashes. Yeah. For other hash types, you'll typically need to check the length or encoding, or even conduct some research into the application that generated them. Never underestimate the power of research.
3000 says, I've recently started to hear the text-to-speech from these stream chats and Twitch. Is that a relatively new thing or old?
It all depends. I think that this TTS that I use It is created by Security. Let's see. Let's do this. Security Live has made this one. I think I have a TTS command. There. And you can also set your voice and your nickname, how the nickname is pronounced. So some people do funny things with that field. So I saw him in the stream. Yes, was it yesterday? The day before? So hope he'll start streaming again too. Anyway, he's created the TTS, and a lot of people seem to use it. At least a few of us. Yeah. I don't know,
says,
but maybe. Yeah, he's a real cool guy.
Not seen him around lately. Miranderman 3000 says, thank you.
Yeah. So, but there are older TTSs too, and for YouTube, I'm using something called SpeakerBot. So it's a different one. The TTS over here. So you can't set your voice or anything there.
I believe this voice is called Justin.
Yeah, probably the default voice usually is Justin. Because it's not extremely female or male, so everybody will feel like it's kinda okay, right? That's why he selected that voice as the default Security Live. So, what is the hash size of YesScript? I guess we YesScript stuff, right? Let's see if they have a command. Yeah, so I'm not gonna do that. I want to do it. I don't want to read the manual. I want to do a YesScript. If Linux uses it, it must be able to do it, right? How do we YesScript stuff? Hash size. Someone Google that. So let's say we want to do it in Kali. I'm just right. There was a link I was going to click to. Oh, this is annoying. Yeah, so I just woke up, took a shower, and started streaming. So I'm starting to feel that I've been sitting too much. I've been sitting on a chair for 3.5 hours. Let's see if I can not pull any cords out if I raise this up a bit. There. So it's much nicer to be a little bit flexible with how you're standing or sitting or whatever. Maybe a little bit up more. Nice. So, yeah, that's comfortable. I can't even jog here while I actually have a treadmill that fits under the desk, but I'm like, one is finished and one I'm building one, modifying one. Maybe we'll continue that on stream. Because I got it for free because it's broken, so I have to fix it first.
Miranderman 3000 says, off to work. Catch you later.
Okay, have a great day at work. Hope you have a great day at work. And welcome back. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I don't want to dig into this, do I? If it existed, shouldn't it have been there already? So I know I searched before for these, all the different commands to do encryption. Oh, I opened it already. Yeah, so here we have these.
Tyrone says,
let's see if my voice and name has changed.
Hi, Tyrone. Got a new name. I'm kind of pulling it a bit up more to the desk. There, now I can move my... I put my feet or my leg up on this stool soft thingy that when I sit, I'm like leaning back, putting my legs up, but when I stand, it's kind of nice. You can put one leg up at a time and stand in different ways, so you're not in the same position all the time. The body likes it, right?
I usually sit with my feet up on top of my PC, which is on the floor.
Yeah. So on my PC, there's a loose hard drive in a connector, so it's kind of like sensitive. Also, it's over there. It's on the floor though. The side's open and the hard drive on the floor. That we put there on stream. It's my new 20 terabyte. It's still outside. I have to remove the... Though I have actually started trusting it now, because it's been running for some time. So I've started deleting data from this drive at least. And I'm going to remove this and this one because all of this data is in here now. So I'll use these as backup drives outside the computer. Let's see which one is this. Is a 3 one, right? So I'll have this as C, this is D, and this is like a internal backup or something, or temporary stuff. And this one will actually be replaced with... Where is it? I'm doubling the size of this one too. So somewhere on my desk there's a 1 terabyte SSD drive. So maybe this one will be only for VMs then, because that's why it's so full now, because this is only SSD drive in my computer right now. So then I want my Kali VM in there. So I don't know how much this directory takes, but it's probably, yeah. So it's over 100 gigs at least. On a 400 and something. It's obviously supposed to be 500, but 465 is what is actually the nice marketing decision of using not 1000 but 1024 in a wrong way, right? I'm sure I have this in my notes already, but let's confirm that. I'll actually go check up on my family first, then we'll continue with this. I'll be right back. jag fortsätter. So, now my 17-year-old is awake too. It's 13. So I do feel my throat is starting to feel all the reading. But let's just go on, right? So, let's check this link that it had, right? And let's search for JavaScript. And it's not in here, in case I spelled it right. So let's do what everybody else seemed to be doing. JavaScript hash size. I was thinking that didn't we already have one, by the way? Here's a better resource. Also, the one before there. This is the same that we looked at. Here we have the Y, hash size 256 bits. Yeah, it was just another tab. So, it's not like we had a lot of choices. It was 256 or 512, right? Well, that's number of letters. What's the hash size listed for Cisco? ASA MD5. Let's just see if... Yeah, I'm kind of thinking there's nothing like that in this, right? ASA MD5. It sounds like it's 16. 32. First of all, it was longer than that. It is 4 characters. Oh, right, so the first number here is that. Okay. So why do I keep tabbing when I'm in the same program or same Firefox? Submit, not hint. What hashing algorithm is used for? Yeah, I saw a Cisco iOS in there already. So let's. I'm gonna search for Cisco only. Here is the one with 9. Why do I keep tabbing every time? Okay. So another tab. Why? Let's just answer and see why is it so many. Hash get example hashes page. Yeah. Oh, algorithm. Okay, so I was going for the length again. Oh, that wasn't the length. That was the mode. I'm like all over the place. It's a script, right? So I managed to answer this one, though I didn't know what I was answering. Because this wasn't the length. Oh, maybe that is the length, because it was 4 digits. But it's it's Hashcat's code mode code. That's funny. That's funny. I was like, this is a very odd number. This is a very odd number for a length. Well. At least I'm not falling asleep when I'm laughing, right? We have low battery in my air. So, password cracking. We've already mentioned rainbow tables as a method of to crack hashes that don't use a salt. But what if there's a salt involved? You can decrypt password hashes. They're not encrypted. You can't decrypt password hashes. They're not encrypted. You have to crack the hashes by hashing many different embeds, such as rocket.txt, as it covers many possible passwords, potentially adding the salt if there is one, and comparing it with a target hash. Once it matches, you know what the password was. Tools like Hashcat and John the Ripper are commonly used for these purposes. Cracking passwords with GPUs. Modern GPUs, graphic processing units, have thousands of core. They are specialized in digital image processing and accelerating computer graphics, although they can't do the same sort of work that a CPU can. They're very good at some mathematical calculations involved in hash functions. You can use a graphics card to crack many hash types quickly. Some hashing algorithms, such as bcrypt, are designed so that hashing on a GPU does not provide any speed improvement over using a CPU. This helps them resist cracking. Cracking on VMs. It's worth mentioning that VMs, virtual machines, normally don't have access to the host's graphic cards, depending on the virtualization software you're using. You can set this up, but it is cumbersome. Furthermore, performing degradation occurs as you use a CPU from a virtualized OS. And then your purpose to crack the hash, when your purpose is to crack a hash, you need every CPU cycle. So, you want to run Hashcat. It's best to run it on your host to make the most of your GPU if available. If you prefer MS Windows, you're in luck. MS Windows builds are also are available on their website. You can run it from PowerShell. You can get Hashcat working with OpenCL in a VM, but its speed will likely reverse and cracking on your host. John the Ripper uses CPU by default and works in a VM out of the box, although you might get better speed running it on host OS. To avoid any virtualization overhead, take the most of your CPU's cores and threads. Time to crack some hashes. I'll provide the hashes, crack them. You can choose now. You'll need to use online tool, Hashcat, or John the Ripper. Although you can use online rainbow tables to solve the following. We strongly advise against doing that, as this will restrict your learning experience. For the first 3 questions, using Hashcat along with Rockyou is enough to find the answers. Hashcat uses the following basic syntax. Hashcat, mHashType, attack mode, hashfile word list, where mHashType specifies the hash type in numeric format. For example, M1000 is for NTLM. Check the official documentation, manHashcat, and example page, which we just went looking at here, right? to find the hash type code to use. And also I have them in my notes, so it's easy to search through that instead of something else. Attack mode. Identify the attack mode. For example, A0 is for straight, i.e. trying one password from the word list after one other. Hash file is a file containing the hash you want to crack. Word list is a security password list you want to use in your attack. For example, hashcat M3200 A0 #txt user share word list RACU. We'll treat the hash as bcrypt and try the passwords in the RACU text file. So now we have the questions. Use hashcat to crack this hash. So we can see here we have this is why we got to this list for the basic ones, right? So 2A is not in here. Yeah, it is. It's a bcrypt hash. But let's go to my hashcat instead, and I have the full list of stuff. I think I have all the things here, right? So if we search here for $2A $, and it was also in examples. Come on. I just want to get to the list. It's not in the list. Well, obviously, I've done exactly this with this. So, we will see if it's in my history or not. So, was this really all we needed this machine for? To do this quickly? Oh. Yeah, so this was a bit more messed up than the salts. To test salts. So this was from my oh yeah, it's saved on their machine. We're not SSHing to them just because we want to get this thing. That was funny. It started selecting other stuff. There. Since I had the same numbers there, I thought I'd test it. It didn't work. We couldn't have done this already, could we? Have I done this already? So why did I already do this one? Are they reusing them from other rooms? That's kind of boring, right? If I'm doing this... Have I already done this room? I don't think so. Right? Well, I already had cracked it, right? So... Well, nice that the show thing is there, right? Disappointing. Use hashcat to crack the SHA-2 hash. So let's look now for SHA-2 in the notes. to just find here that is 1400, right? And then we go back to this, and we I'm going to delete this string. And 1400. And then we... Yes? Det sa jag igår, gubben. So, let's see. We copy this thing. Over here, we copy this. And then we... Let's see, I'm just gonna see if he doesn't... He never closes the door. It was my hobby. It was... Are you streaming? So at least this one wasn't already cracked. It would have been too sad if all of them were already cracked, right? So, in all, I think that they could be clear, but it's always like this, colon. But sometimes it's not obvious, right? Why not have the answer in this little nice list they have here? Maybe because it's intended for doing more than one at once, right? Anyway, we have Halloween, so we'll submit that. And use hashcat to crack the hash. So let's copy the hash, which is significantly longer now, right? So this one's a 6. We had that in our list, but just to do it, let's see if I have. Let's use the more hash type identifier. So just to test it, right? So imagine we didn't know what this was. It's SHA-512 crypt. Is what it is. So let's check this with our notes. And imagine we only knew the dollars for now, right? So if we put 6 in here, we can still find it here. So we didn't have to use that even, we could just find it from here. But the one I tried before with 2A didn't work, so now we know 1,800. Then we go back here, and we up again, we go over here and do 8. And remove the whole old string. And I'm gonna make sure that I copied the other one. So, let's just click there and paste. So it's a kind of long one. Another one. So I'm a bit disappointed that they're reusing their ones, right? Why did I already have that one cracked too? And I Control C instead of Control Shift C. That's why it skips a line there. So at least some of them were not old. And if we would have used their VM as was intended, then we wouldn't have noticed, right? So let's see if it can detect what this is. Search again. Search and identify. Oh, it's an MD5. I would never have guessed. So, then we go back here. And we're gonna check first. Come on. The start menu didn't want to pop up. No, it did. So I'm just scrolling to the top. 0 MD5, right? But we notice there are lots of other MD5s. So let's hop over here. Let's do again. Oh. 0. Another one we hadn't already got. So, what happened? So, the wrong type. So, it says possible algorithm MD5. And if we were to use this on this, we get to know it's fun for you and it is MD5. So why didn't this one work? Oh right, we can check the examples list too. Let's go to the top. And we have MD5 with an example here. And it's 0 as we used. This is pass, salt, pass, different kind of other stuff, right? So normal MD5 should be 0. Host memory required for this attack 0 megabytes. Hash mode 0. Approach and final key space. Workload adjusted. They did the status thing twice. Let's try show just to do it. Yeah, so there's nothing there. It didn't detect anything. Did I type something wrong? I don't think so. Just for fun, let's run this on their machine. I'm assuming it will be slower here with everything. Maybe it'll just take forever. So we have the answer, right? I don't know why it didn't work though, so I want to know. Let's see what the hint is. You will need to use an online service. Yeah. We did. So now we know it's okay to get the result from the online service then. Okay. I was kind of not doing that because he told us not to, right? That's a bad hint. It should have been here in the question. So this is what it looks like when it's finished on this one. It also got some of these red texts, but not as much as mine. So, fun for you is apparently not in Rocky. Hashing for integrity checking. In task 3, we mentioned that we would focus on 2 uses of hashing: password storage and data integrity. We have extensively discussed how hashing secures passwords in authentication systems. In this task, we will discuss how we can use hash functions to check the integrity of files. Integrity checking. Hashing can be used to check that files haven't been changed. If you put the same data in, you will always get the same data out. Even if a single bit changes, the hash will change significantly, as demonstrated in task 2. This means that you can use it to check that the files haven't been modified, or to ensure that the file you downloaded is identical to the file on the web server. The text file listed below shows the SHA-256 hash of 2 Fedora Workstation ISO files. If running SHA-256 sum on the file you downloaded, return the same hash listed as the signed file, you can be confident that your file is identical to the official one. I'm just gonna go check time here. Yeah. Well, let's add an hour. So head Fedora Workstation checksum. Workstation. You can also use hashing to find duplicate files. If 2 documents have the same hash, they are the same document. This is very convenient for finding and deleting duplicate files. HMAC. Keyed Hash Message Authentication Code is a type of message authentication code, MAC, that uses a cryptographic hash function in combination with a secret key to verify the authenticity and integrity of data. An HMAC can be used to ensure that the person who created the HMAC is who they say they are, i.e., authenticity is confirmed. Moreover, it improves that the message hasn't been modified, i.e., integrity is maintained. This is achieved through the use of a secret key to prove authenticity and hashing algorithm to produce a hash and prove integrity. The following steps give you a fair idea of how HMAC works. The secret key is padded to the block size of the hash function. The padded key is XORed with a constant, usually block of zeros or ones. The message is hashed using the hash function with the XORed key. The result from step 3 is then hashed again with the same hash function, but using the padded key XORed with another constant. The final output is the HMAC value, typically a fixed size string. The illustration above shows should clarify double steps. And I'm even stuck in a word that doesn't exist in there. So key, XOR iPad text, hash function output, hash function HMAC. So technically speaking, the HMAC function is calculated using the following expression: HMAC KM H note that M and K represent the messaging key. What is SHA-256 hash of found in? Okay, so we're going back to the machine there. what is the hashcat mode number? So they're not actually doing anything with this, but we're getting more of this. So this is okay, yeah. So key equals $pass. $pass here. 1750. Oh, there, and we're gonna find this on the machine. So let's go back to so this one we're going to do the song. When you Control C by mistake, you're happy that your SSH did. So, I might do a note on HMAX. Let's do this for now because right? Now let's paste this here. And put this too. I don't know if we need this ever, but we're going to do from here, right? So to rewrite, let's check. So before we hit conclusion. So conclusion, this room covered hashing functions and their uses from various perspectives. Before moving on, we should distinguish between hashing, encoding, and encryption. Hashing, as already stated, is a process that takes input data and processes a hash value, a fixed size string of characters, also referred to as digest. This hash value uniquely represents the data, and any change in the data, no matter how small, should lead to a change in the hash value. Hashing should not be confused with encryption or encoding. Hashing is one way, and you can't reverse the process to get the original data. Encoding converts data from one form to another to make it compatible with specific systems. ASCII, UTF-8, and so on are valid encoding formats for English language. Note that UTF-8 are Unicode encodings, and they represent characters from other languages such as Arabic and Japanese. Another type of encoding commonly used when sending or saving data is not for any specific language. It includes base 32 and base 64. Consider the following example of using base 64 to encode and decode. Yeah, so we've done a million times base 64, right? We can base 64 stuff and we can decode it. So I have never run base 64 only. So let's do it. That's a new thing. So hop to their machine. Let's run base64. And let's type query. And nothing. Yeah, I've never done this before. This is not how you use this program, right? Now I have to know if this is supposed to be possible. Yeah, so we use D for decode, we use option file. Though usually not file. Yeah, just no file standard output input. So if we do on mine instead, we do base64, we do test. So I'm thinking that they're not saying anything. The normal way to use base64, I usually do echo here, right, like this. Pipe it into there. So just typing like that, I don't know really how to limit it and stop it. If someone knows, tell me. So encoding should not be confused with encryption, as using specific encoding does not protect the confidentiality of the message. Encoding is reversible. Anyone can change the data encoding with the right tools. Only encryption, which we covered in the previous rooms, protects data confidentiality using cryptographic cipher and key. Encryption is reversible, provided we know the cipher and you can access the key. To continue with the module, join Beyond the River. However, if you'd like to gain more in-depth information about cryptography, consider this room. So let's see. Okay. So this will put in our TryHackMe since I hadn't done it. Here. What on earth? Where is it? THM. Oh, it's hopped up here again. I removed stuff. So let's put that somewhere. Use base64. Okay. So decode this. So this is why I have a such ready to just put stuff into. Encode, decode. And we paste that. And sure, you have noted the various consoling tools explode in this room. And when I click this, it will close the thing and hop on, right? So we click the terminate first. And I'm thinking there was this PyPy one. So I'm thinking of looking at this one too, what it can do. Hash ID only, though. That's not very useful. So let's click complete. And congratulations on completing hashing basics. So let's see what it hops to us next. Demonstrate your expertise and stand out in the cybersecurity community. Oh, so they want me to share it. Hashing basics? Yeah, nah. So, continue your learning. We're currently 98.88% finished with the path. So, of course, we'll finish it, right? And there's only one room left. And it's not this one. So, because I've already finished that. There's only one thing left, and it's public key cryptography basic. So we're going to do the Diffie-Hellman key exchange deep dive here. We'll see how deep it is. Maybe I'm not in the mood, and I will copy it like the last one. Not do it as I did with the Earthsay one. Also, we don't have to do all of these, right? So let's hop over to the notes, and so this is what I did with RSA. So I'm just gonna go take another tiny break, bring my glasses down, maybe get something new for my throat, and get something to drink. Something. I'll be right back. There, so I have 2 sandwiches with roast beef here. Just simple. I'm trying to be more healthy, so I'm going hard sandwiches instead of soft and sugary. Yeah, I've kind of decided to do these quickly, and then go on to the buffer overflows and finish that, and do the 80 stuff, right? That's my plan. So the buffer overflows, I will probably not finish that today, but we'll see. It's not a lot of reading in that room, at least, because it's no reading. So let's just put it up so I have something to like tease me on here, right? So have I clicked it recently? No. It is a gate. Okay. I think it's Gatekeeper. Yeah, this is the one. Gatekeeper. This is the one that we need to do. And it's also like the only thing we've clicked here is we've read this text. So we're gonna do that when we're finished with this room. And when we finish this room, we're finished with Subsecurity 101. So then it's on to finishing the next path. Which I'm kind of liking. So, Diffie-Hellman key exchange. One of the challenges of using symmetric encryption is sharing the secret key. Let's say you want to send a password-protected document to your business partner to discuss confidential business strategies. How would you share the password with them? It would be the best if you had a secure channel to send the password, knowing that adversaries cannot read or alter it. Diffie-Hellman key exchange. Key exchange aims to establish a shared secret between 2 parties. It's a method that allows both parties to establish a shared secret over the insecure communication channel without requiring a pre-existing shared secret, without a server being able to get the key. Consequently, this shared key can be used for symmetric encryption in subsequent communications. Consider the following scenario. Alice and Bob want to talk securely. They want to establish a shared key for symmetric cryptography, but don't want to use asymmetric cryptography for key exchange. This is where the Diffie-Hellman key exchange comes in. Alice and Bob generate secrets independently. Let's call these secrets A and B. They also have some public common material. Let's call this C. We need to make some assumptions. Firstly, wherever we combine secrets, they're practically impossible to separate. Secondly, the order in which they combine doesn't matter. Alice and Bob will combine their secrets with a common material to form AC and BC. They will then send these to each other and combine the received part with their secret to create 2 identical keys. Now ABC. Now they can use this key to communicate. If you found the previous paragraph too abstract, let's investigate the exact process. Alice and Bob agree on the public variables. A large prime number P and a generator G, where G is between 0 and P. These values will be disclosed publicly over the communication channel. Although insecurely small, we will choose P equals 29 and G equals 3 to simplify our calculations. Each party chooses a private integer. As a numerical example, Alice chooses 13 and Bob chooses B equals 15. Each of these values represents a private key and must not be disclosed. It is time for each party to calculate their public key using their private key from step 2 and the agreed upon public variable from step 1. Alice calculates A equals GA mod P. 3 up here. I keep saying the Swedish word uppåt. That's like just in my brain. Well, 3 with the exponent 13. I don't know how you say that in English, really. Mod 29 equals 19. And Bob calculates B. Did the same, 26. These are the public keys. Alice and Bob send the keys to each other. Bob receives let's see here. Yeah, so this is the same as here. Alice's public key, and Alice receives Bob's public key. This step is called key exchange. Alice and Bob can finally calculate the shared secret using the public key and their own private key. Alice calculates BA mod P. 26. So both calculations yield the same result, and 10 is their shared secret. And this is just an image of the same thing. The chosen numbers are too small to provide any security, and in real-life application, we would consider much bigger numbers. Diffie-Hellman key exchange is used alongside RSA public key cryptography. Diffie-Hellman is used for key agreement, while RSA is used for digital signatures, key transport, and authentication, among many others. For instance, RSA helps prove the identity of a person you're talking to via digital signing, as you can confirm based on their public key. This would prevent someone from attacking the connection with man-in-the-middle attack against Alice by pretending to be Bob. In brief, Diffie-Hellman and RSA are incorporated into many secure protocols and standards to provide a comprehensive security solution. So I'm just going to do this. I'm not going to make a complicated note now. Well, I know I can't copy from there because it will do it, right? So let's just make a node called Diffie-Hellman and just put the link in there for this, right? So we're just making a new node. And the only thing we put here is task 4, right? So when we want to know this, we know that it is there, the data. We can also check for future proofing here. Is this a free room or not? So we can still see it, right? But only subscribers can deploy virtual machines. So it's not like we're deploying a virtual machine in this room anyway, right? So we're just going to use their formulas to calculate these things. So P and G and A. Let's put a simple notepad so we can just scroll to stuff. Let's just copy the whole thing. There. Put this in the notepad. And that was far too long. So it fits on my other screen here. So, what is A? let's actually, why not put this in here, right? We don't have to have the bright light mode, and it's the same page. It can't paste. It can't paste this is not the same. How do I do this? Like this, maybe? This is just for now. I would kind of like this, but whatever. This is just for this horrible mess. So now I can not really read it, but let's just modify this. So G is 5, and A is 12. And P is 29, which was the same before. Okay, sure. And then we calculate that. And then we have, oh, more of these. Yeah, I thought there was something there, but I didn't see anything happening anymore. B is... there we have another one. Oh yeah, so I have to hop into the right place for them to show. Okay, I get it. So instead of 3, we have G being 5. And here it is 17. And this one is 29. So why do they use the same ones? Oh, let's calculate these two. So, calculator, it just closed, right? So, let's see, we have 5. Let's see if I can manage to make, oh, there's a mod here. 5, 12 equals, and then we mod this for 29, we get 7, and then we do 5, 17 equals this. Very nice number to try to remember. Good thing we're just want the rest of it. There. So, before we continue, 7, 9, there, and then we go and check whatever else we need from the formulas here. So next question. So we have B equals nine. What is key? And then we have A equals. So they couldn't do it AB again. They're doing it BA now. I see why. Well, no, not really. Because they exchanged them, I guess, but still. 7. So, key equals. Let's look at the text. Calculates. Yeah, using the keys. So we get the keys first. So what we did now is got A and B. Calculate their public key using the private key from step 2 and the green above public key. So B, A. So what I see is not the full question. I see the cut out version. So let's just look here. Yeah, it's B with an A up here, right? So we actually have the formula here, right? Too. It's just that I want to double check so I understand all of the bits. Key equals. Let's copy this one. And I used this to show that this was actually supposed to be up there. It's not good or nice or anything, but it's obsidian, so whatever. What do you do? I think you can do it somehow. Let's actually find out. Obsidian erased text. Yeah, they did the same I did. To try and do it. Oh yeah, we can use HTML. We can use HTML. So we can do if I spell it right. Ha ha ha! Nice. So let's just copy this and make this look better because this was annoying me. So I forgot you can do HTML. How could I forget that? Or rather that we can do this in HTML, right? Oh, what happened now? I think I did Control B instead of Control V. So, wasn't that odd? So, now that's much nicer. Let's just do this instead, so we can make it quicker. So, oh, whatever. I was like, is it quicker to copy? Equals. Then we have b is 9, and the exponent being a, which is 12, and mod p, which is 29, equals, and then we have a being 7, with an exponent of 17, mod 29 equals. So let's just calculate it. The calculator is still there. So let's just do 9, 12 equals mod 29 equals 24. So we have 7, 17. I think the last time I just calculated, I didn't type it anywhere. So, but it's kind of nice to have the calculations here. It's a bit more explanation anyway, right? Did I click mod? Yeah, it says mod up there. 29, 24. So, this one. There, they just wanted us to confirm it, right? That this actually is this, and it's very nice. A very nice example. Let's copy the image to the notes. So it's kind of most things of it. It's also an SVG. Good enough. I'm glad. Happy with that. SSH. Authenticating the server. If you have an SSH, if you have used an SSH client before, you would know the confirmation prompt in the terminal output below. Fingerprint is SHA-256. In the above interaction, the SSH client confirms whether we recognize the server's public key fingerprint. ED25/19 is the public key algorithm used for digital signature generation and verification in this example. Our SSH client didn't recognize this key and is asking us to confirm whether we want to continue with the connection. This warning is because a man-in-the-middle attack is probable. A malicious server might have intercepted the connection and replied, pretending to be the target server. In this case, the user must authenticate the server. I confirm the server's identity by checking the public key signature. Once you answer with yes, the SSH client will record this public key signature for this host. In the future, it will connect you silently unless this host replies with a different public key. Authenticating the client. Now that we have confirmed that we're talking with the correct server, we will need to identify ourselves to get authenticated. In many cases, SSH users are authenticated using usernames and passwords like you would log into a physical machine. However, considering the inherent issues with passwords, this does not fall within the best security practices. At some point, one will surely hit a machine with SSH configured with key authentication instead. This authentication uses public and private keys to prove the client is valid and authenticated user on the server. By default, SSH keys are RSA keys. You can choose which algorithm to generate and add a passphrase to encrypt the SSH key. SSH keygen is a program usually used to generate key pairs. It supports various algorithms as shown on its manual page below. Yeah. The following is just for your information. At this stage, we recommend that you recognize their names only. DSA, Digital Signature Algorithm, is a public key in cryptography. Maybe we should get these explanations for our SSH information. So I've used several, but still. So SSH is definitely not here. SSH is probably in connection. SSH. And this is really keygen, right? So let's put this is just a demo example in my public notes. So public key is specifically designed for data signatures. Yeah, let me take a chew while this reads this. Let's see if the TTS can do this.
DSA, Digital Signature Algorithm, is a public key cryptography algorithm specifically designed for digital signatures. EXA, Elliptic Curve Digital Signature Algorithm, is a variant of DSA that uses elliptic curve cryptography to provide smaller key sizes for equivalent security. EXA-SK, EXA with security key, is an extension of EXA. It incorporates hardware-based security keys for enhanced private key protection. ED 25519 is a public key signature system using ED-DSA, Edwards Curve Digital Signature Algorithm, with curve 25519. ED 25519-SK, ED 25519 with security key, is a variant of ED 25519. Similar to EXA-SK, it uses a hardware-based security key for improved private key protection.
Good thing I could read at the same time, because I couldn't hear a thing when I was chewing that. That's a bad bit with this kind of sandwich, right? Oh, it looks beautiful outside, and now the sun is going to go down. It's starting to go less bright. Should I go outside for a walk? See if I can get my family to come along. So I really want to finish this though. And I want to finish this too. But I could go back, online after a short break. Let's see what sunset is. So I only have 50 minutes until sunset. So I've done this. In the example, we didn't use a passphrase to show you the content of the private key. Let's look at the generated public key and the generated private key. So I've done this so many times, so I'm not gonna look very much into them. Note that the private key is shared above for demonstration purposes and was purged afterward. Sharing a private key would be the most insecure act anyone can commit against their security. On another note, had we used TRSA, the resulting keys would have been much longer. SSH private keys. As just mentioned, you should treat your private SSH keys like passwords. Never share them under any circumstances. They're called private keys for a reason. Someone with your private key can log in to servers that accept it, i.e., include it among the authorized keys, unless the key is encrypted with a passphrase. It's very important to mention that the passphrase used to decrypt the private key doesn't identify it to the server at all. It only decrypts the SSH private key. The passphrase never transmitted and never leaves your system. Using tools like John the Ripper, you can attack an encrypted SSH key to attempt to find the passphrase, highlighting the importance of using a complex passphrase and keeping your private key private. When generating an SSH key to log into a remote machine, you should generate the keys on your machine and then copy the public key over, as it means the private key never exists on the target machine. Using SSH copy ID. SSH copy ID. Never heard of it. However, it doesn't matter as much for temporary keys generated to access CDF boxes. Yeah, of course. So, as I have not seen this, is a special thing for just copying the keys, not copying them in the normal way. So just interesting that they would make a special command for copying the keys. Well, it's not like I'm gonna use it. I guess we'll put it in the right place and everything. The permissions must be set up correctly to use a private SSH key, otherwise your SSH client will ignore the file with a warning. Hi Panda, welcome in.
Panatong says,
Age of 1 Rose.
Thanks for the gift sub yesterday to Ages 3.
You're welcome.
So, yeah, so we have to set the permissions. See. Change mod. The only owner should be able to read. 600 on Stricter. SHI private keyframe name user at host.
I'm at work fighting a lovely upper respiratory infection.
Oh, ouchie. I hope you get well soon. So I don't think you have as cool weather as we do, though. Hope you have better weather. So it's just like 4 minus now anyway, and it's supposed to get warm like by midnight and get plus for the next few days, but still. It's pretty low with the snow. So should I show it again? Should I show the snow again? Let's do it, right? I felt like looking out myself. So I'm gonna you can see my sandwich too.
We had a lot of snow yesterday, then
Oh, you
thunderstorms
had?
last night, then rain. It's crazy.
Oh, rain. Oh, crazy. That's crazy. So, this will probably be gone by midnight, so I'm gonna see if I can find the right button. No. Apparently, I closed the program down. Let's see. So, we're gonna start reading again. Yeah, I saved some memory there by closing it. So, we'll see if this is the right one. No, it's not. This should be the right one then. I'm just gonna make so I can see what I show you, because you can't see the full image. Here. So, let's do it closer than I did last time. So, we have snow, snowy snow, and I'm gonna clean the window, I can see that. So my neighbor has these big trees outside his tiny little place there. So it's kind of snowy. And my desk is messy. By the way, I tried to complain about these, that they don't work. And they said, like, you have to prove it. I'm like, how do I prove that these don't work? Am I gonna, like, take a photo through the lens and assume that works? That's, like, an odd thing to do. So, I guess I will have to do that. And when they can't see, it's proven that they're not usable, right? I'm thinking more like oh my god, they understood it's not usable. No? We'll see. So there was also this other thing that didn't work, so I had two things from the unboxing that didn't work. So where were I? We had keys trusted by the remote host. The SSH folder is the default place to store these keys for OpenSSH. The authorized keys note the US English spelling. Yeah, I noticed that this person is typing not that way. British English spelling. Yeah, right. So let's see who did it. No, I don't know that person's where they're from. File in the directory holds public keys that are allowed access on the server if key authentication is enabled. By default on many Linux distributions, key authentication is enabled, as it is more secure than using a password to authenticate. Only key authentication should be accepted if you want to allow SSH access for the root user. Using SSH keys to get a better shell. During CTS, permutation testing, and red teaming exercises, SSH keys are an excellent way to upgrade your reverse shell, assuming the user has login enabled. Note that VV data usually does not allow this, but regular users and root will work. Well, if root can SSH. Leaving an SSH key in the authorized key file on the machine can be a useful backdoor. And you don't need to deal with any of the issues of unstable reverse shell like Control-C. But that I just mentioned, good that I have SSH, no one clicked Control-C by mistake, or lack of type completion. Check the SSH private key in. What algorithm does it use? So we're going to check out this. We haven't connected to this one yet, did we? I'm like, we just hopped from another room, so we have to start this one, right? Did I start it? No. So, thought so. But you never know. Oh my. Didn't we have SSH to this? Yes. Thank you. So we're learning about SSH, but we use SSH to get there. It's not actually about SSH, about public key cryptography, right? So, user will find this. It'll hop when it's time, right? It'll hop. So we can't really do much here though. How long until we get the IP? Let's hop over here and let's do. This is the one where we had SSH, so let's just get the new IP with the same username. Let's assume this bit is the same too. We can actually copy the username, right? I might not remember it. We can't do anything. So it's task 5. Public Crypto Basics task 5. I think it's the same machine. So it was kind of... We could have skipped closing it down, probably. Same machine. So, I hope you get better, Panda, soon. It's annoying to have, like, calls and stuff. And then I cough, of course, right? We're just waiting for that IP. Oh, we got the IP. Good. Goody, goody, goody. So now I'm very curious to
Saturday
see if
morning.
it's the right
Thought I'd
one.
have to go to the hospital. Had so much crap in my chest I thought I was gonna choke and pass out.
Oh. That's tough. So, I hope it's better today then, at least. At least well enough to watch streams, right? Yesterday too, yes. From Aegis stream. Let's see now. The last one we were in were hashing basics, and now we're crypto basics, right? So it is the same one. Same one. Same box. So we're supposed to go public crypto basics. And task 5. And this is the one we're supposed to read. So let's do that. It is a I guess we're supposed to type RSA here. But it's also AES 128 CBC. It's the information there. So, but this was RSA. Digital signatures and certificates. In the analog world, you're asked to sign a paper now and then, and you visit the bank to open the savings account. You're most likely to sign several documents. Maybe it's all digital now, right? When you want to create an account in the local library, you will be asked to fill out and sign an application. No, it's all digital now. The purposes can vary depending on the situation. For example, it can confirm that you agree on the terms and conditions, authorize the transaction, and acknowledge receiving an item. In the digital world, you cannot use your signature, stamp, or fingerprint. You need a digital signature. I've been talking for too long. It's only 5 hours. Constant talking. Digital signatures provide a way to verify the authenticity and integrity of digital message or document, providing the authenticity of files, proving. The authenticity of files means we know who created or modified them. Using asymmetric cryptography, you produce a signature with your private key, which can be verified using your public key. Only you should have access to your private key, which proves you signed the file. In many modern countries, digital and physical signatures have the same legal value. The simplest form of digital signature is encrypting the document with your private key. If someone wants to verify the signature, they would decrypt it with your public key and check if the files match. This process is in the image below. Some articles use terms such as electronic signature and digital signature interchangeably. They refer to pasting an image of a signature on top of a document. This approach does not prove the document's integrity, as anyone can copy and paste an image. In this task, we use the term digital signature to refer to signing a document using a private key or certificate. This process is similar to the image shown above, where Bob encrypts a hash of his document and shares it with Alice, along with the original document. Alice can decrypt the encrypted hash and compare it with the hash of the file she received. This approach proves the document's integrity, unlike pasting a fancy image of a signature. We will cover hashing in the hashing basics room that we just did. Certificates. Prove who you are. Certificates are essential application of public key cryptography, and they also link to digital signatures. A common place where they're used is for HTTPS. How does your web browser know that the server you're talking to is the real TryHackMe.com? The answer lies in certificates. The web server has a certificate that says it's the real TryHackMe.com. The certificates have a chain of trust, starting with the root CA, Certificate Authority. From install time, your device, operating system, and web browser automatically trust various root CAs. Certificates are trusted only when the root CAs say they trust the organization that signed them. In a way, it's a chain. For example, certificate is signed by an organization, the organization is trusted by the CA, and the CA is trusted by your browser. Therefore, your browser trusts a certificate. In general, there are a long chain of trust. You can take a look at the certificate authorities trusted by Mozilla Firefox here and Google Chrome here. Let's say you have a website that wants to use HTTPS. This step requires having a TLS certificate. You can get one from the various certificate authorities for an annual fee. Furthermore, you can get your own TLS certificates for domains you own using Lesson Code for free. If you run a website, it is worth setting up and switching to HTTPS, as a modern website could do. Well, yeah. So actually, someone mentioned some time back that my certificate for my website was running out, and I checked and it was automatically renewed by my site hosting thingy. And that's nice. So I asked them for it to start with, and then they just updated it. So it's nice. And also my new domain that looks like this right now. I moved it to this one, fixit42.com. It also has a certificate. So let's take a look at an actual certificate, right? Verified by ListEncrypt. So more information, and here we can view the certificate too. So we can see that it's Let's Encrypt in the US, and the validity here is from to March for this one, 18th of December. So I've been doing stuff with this thing, but it's just adding the notes. So this is what I did yesterday. Yeah, right, Panda. I talked about messing with the website, right? So I have, I put these two index pages here. They're just called index, so they will be called index.html when they are actually put into the web. And then they will automatically be an index.html for my notes, right? This is just a note called index in here. Kinda nice, right? So I don't have to create anything manually. You just export my Obsidian and it's there. So in my Obsidian here, at the very bottom, I have a note called index that links to this note. And they're both called index. I feel like cheating. I feel like I'm cheating. Though there are bugs in this. Or rather, it's not fully finished. And therefore we cannot click files that it doesn't know about. So if we click a code file, like a Python file, it will download it. Which is not what I want, of course. So I'll have to think about how to reorganize my notes and stuff to make this work better. Yeah, and there it's got some odd HTML file that it wants to download too. I don't know why, but if I go forward it will probably do it again. It's just when you go back really that I noticed that. So, TryHackMe. What does a remote web server use to prove itself to the client? Should we? I mean, it's a certificate. I just thought it looked so short. It looked like there was so many keys, letters in there. What would you use to get a free certificate for your websites? So let's copy, let's encrypt. I don't want to type that much. Yeah, I'm sure it's just here at the end, right? So obviously I had the let's encrypt insert too. PGP and GPG. PGP stands for Pretty Good Privacy. It's software that implements encryption for encrypting files, performing digital signing, and more. GNU PG or GPG is an open source implementation of the OpenPGP standard. GPG is commonly used in email to protect the confidentiality of email messages. Furthermore, it can be used to sign an email message and confirm its integrity. Below is an example of generating GPG. You were asked about the purpose of using GPG, whether signing only or signing and encrypting. Besides selecting the cryptographic algorithm, we need to choose an expiry date for the generated key. Finally, we provided some information about us, our name, email address, and a comment usually about the purpose of this key. So, GPG full gen key. GNU PG. And we can see they select 9 here. 1 and so on. You may need to use GPG to decrypt files in CTFs. With the PGP, GPG private keys can be protected with passphrases in a similar way that we protect SSH private keys. If the key is passphrase protected, you can attempt to crack it using John the Ripper and GPG to John. So GPG to John is something I have not done. Just to rhyme a bit there, right? It almost rhymes anyway. So let's put this in our little... Is it what we have open, right? So I have lots of 2 Johns here, right? We have SSH to John here somewhere too. But let's add a new node for GPG. John, like a little hint, you are the file with the same name. That's always so embarrassing, right? So apparently this untitled document will be untitled forever because there it is. Because I don't have any memory, so I thought I hadn't used it. Yeah, I did. Okay. Always embarrassing. Oh, this is a new thing. Go to the notes. Ah, right. Or find it in your own history. That happens. The key provided in this task is not protected with a passphrase. The man page for GPD can be found here. So let's actually put GPD man page in there. We actually did something useful at least. I'm putting this in the note quickly there. Practical example. Now that you have your GPD key pair, you can share the public key with your contacts. Whenever your contacts want to communicate secretly, they encrypt their message to you using your public key. To decrypt the message, you will have to use your private key. Due to the importance of the GPD keys, it's vital that you keep a backup copy in a secure location. Let's say you got a new computer. All you need to do is to import your key and you can start decrypting your received messages again. You would use GPD import key backup key to import your key from backup key. To decrypt your messages, you need to issue GPD decrypt confidential message.gpd. Use GPD to decrypt the message in. Okay, so we're going to do this practically now. Task 7. So I saw there was no task 6. I was thinking the whole last task, so what are we gonna do instead? That's where my brain was. So, we have the key, so let's GPD decrypt. Oh, we need to add the key first, probably. Let's see. It's nice to have error messages. Yeah, no secret key, so we'll need to add it first. So GPG import ttab. I've done that before. We decrypt. So did it change the message? No, it just decrypted it. TryHackMe example key. The secret word is pineapple. So we're supposed to put the pineapple in there. But I was curious if it changed the file too. So let's put this bit. No, this bit. Well, there's a U I missed. Whatever. Let's put this in the notes. GPG. So, should we just leave it in here? We have decided to put encrypting and stuff in here too. And just encoding like base64. So let's make a note for oops. That was me trying to this is a file name. That's a file name. Okay, yeah, so I'm going crazy here, because this file already exists too, of course. Right? Of course it does. So I had obviously used GPG, I just didn't remember it, right? So it was probably some time ago. I can't even check the file dates now, because I've already modified them. As soon as you do something with an Obsidian file, it's updated. Well, let's delete the new untitled. Because we have another untitled that's just empty here. So, we have the help here. And this is when I used to put those first. So this, how I make notes now, is I would just put this here, right? And then we would make this an example. And we have the help at the very end because, yeah, you know? Moving a bit, you wake up, right? So, I was thinking of having this only too. Because it makes it easier to see the files, don't you think? I still lost sandwich in my teeth. So, and let's separate these so it's more readable. There's 3 commands. We check the directory, we do an import, and we decrypt the message. So, clear? And we have the conclusion. We have defined cryptography as a science of securing communication in the presence of adversaries. Another important science that studies how to break or bypass cryptographic systems is cryptanalysis. As for trying every possible password combination, we call that a brute force attack. However, when we know what the password most likely a dictionary word, it will make more sense to try words from a dictionary instead of every possible password combination. This is called a dictionary attack. Cryptography is a science of securing communication and data using codes and ciphers. Cryptanalysis is a study of methods to break or bypass cryptographic signature systems without knowing the key. Brute force attack is an attack method that involves trying every possible key or password to decrypt a message. Dictionary attack is a method used where the attacker tries dictionary words or combinations of them. This room focused on public key cryptography, asymmetric cryptography, and key exchange. It gave you an essential understanding of RSA, Diffie-Hellman, SSH key pairs, digital signatures and certificates, and OpenPGP. Now it's time to learn about hashing. And this is, when we click the button now, we will be finished with the path. If I didn't miss anything when I did this. And it appears we hop away totally when we click this now, so that's why I closed the machine first. So, next. No, we don't want to do that. No, we don't want to do hashing basics because we just finished it. We have a progress 100% here, people. So let's go to the dashboard. And let's see what it says. It says that we are finished. We can view the path. We can now view the certificate here. Next achievement. No badges left to earn in this path. So let's I actually started putting these in my I guess I should download it in my notes. Yeah, exactly there. And I was just doing it, that's why it knows, right? So what's this called? Security 101 learning path. So I guess we type the day too. So 2025. 0106. Right. So my hubby sister's birthday is today, and my kids is in 4 days. The 10th is 17. Then it's like, what had happened? What time? It must have been something squishy thing of the time here. And cyber security 101 learning path. The buttons are on the other screen. So I don't want to put them in LinkedIn as some people do. I think that's like they're not that important, right? These basic things. When I do the red teaming one, I'll put that up. But for now, they'll be in my notes. So on InfoSec certs, I will have currently there's just a few in this. Oh, this is slow. Did I fail to click? I did. So apparently this one can open. They can open PDF files. That's slow. Yeah, and this is what happens. I'll have to report this. This is a bug there. If it's not already there, of course. So, we completed this. It's all done. Users path to work towards a career of penetration tester or security analyst. Now I have to click these because I haven't seen anything like that. Becoming. Oh, so they have information about job. Oh, junior. I've already done this one. I've already done that. I have not done this. Suck level 1 learning pod. Close. And let's actually click learn. Click learn. Learning pause. And we currently have the most percent on the one I'm actually doing, right? Which is offensive pen testing. No, we have more percent on CompTIA pen test. Plus, maybe we'll finish this from doing other ones. I haven't done anything on this one, I think. It's just from the others. Finishing others. And this one is 24 apparently. So, have we had done anything of red teaming? 12% of red teaming too. Okay. So we're doing this, then we're doing the red teaming one. That's the plan. So when I'm finishing this, I might put it on LinkedIn. It's like good enough to show. And let's resume learning, which will help us to. This is finished. Smart thing. This is not continue learning, it's finished. Well. So the room that's not 100% is gatekeeper, right? Oh, I'm a bit behind here in the streak. 647. Oh gosh. Yeah, and anyone that wants to add friends with me, just do it. It's fun, right? I'll have now one person who did add friend with me. Yeah, so didn't it hop over to Gatekeeper when I clicked it? No. So before I get started again, I'm gonna finish my sandwich. I'm gonna go probably get some tea and take a little break. I'm actually gonna put on the pause and we can have the music on while also. Yeah, I'm not making chocolate balls though, so I should probably update that. And I shouldn't eat so you can hear because they're so crunchy. Where's the other text? There. No. Oh my god. There's so many texts. This text actually says charging pause. Charging pause.
stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow.
There. I guess we center this by cheating. Let's see. Forum. Yeah, I do that. Wrong one. Horizontally. No. Yeah. So we can see what I'll do when I'm done. I'll be right back.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code, no limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code, no limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code, no limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
There. Now I have tea. So, now a big cup of tea. Those were like reading intense things we've been doing the last 5 hours, 44 minutes, and 27 seconds. So, my throat is a bit sore from reading that much. So, I'm very happy to do this room now, which is this much reading. Deploy the machine when you're ready to release the gatekeeper. Write-ups will not be accepted for this challenge. No need to answer right. Defeat the gatekeeper and pass through the fire. Defeat the gatekeeper to break the chains, but beware, fire waits on the other side. So, now I'm a bit curious here. What fire? So, it's not new, this one, it's old. Yeah. So I'm trying to remember. We started this, and we have done some things. But I don't remember. Even if it was a Windows or Linux one. I'm totally lost here. It was long ago since we did this. Very long ago. So let's check the notes. So we do have notes on this one, though it is not finished. So I'm kind of thinking I will, in part, do it like if I didn't have any notes, right? And yeah, we'll see. So gatekeeper, right? So no done on this one, but we have kind of a lot of things still. I'll read it enough first. Or maybe we just do it and re-find everything. So now I'm curious here. Is this Windows? Yeah. So also my info. We can see the collected info. Then I haven't filled anything more here. So I guess we should do that. If we connect to this one, we get this. And if we netcat to it, we can send stuff. Including too long stuff, right? I remember I made a few big mistakes when I did this the first time. Including making a script to test the buffer overflow that lacked the new line character. And I was so long trying to find the right crash because of that. But anyway, we have an SMB share. We got the file down. That was quick. I remember that. So we have gatekeeper exe here. So let's actually put this under here. And let's also put it in the info. And then we started to look at this in a VM. But what VM was this? What date was this? So I have no idea if I used one online. Let's see what date the file says. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to move them here. So we were in October here when I was doing this. So, and then I continued a month later. And I was like, what was I doing? And now I'm doing it again. More than a month later. So, let's just do it all, right? I'm not gonna read what I've already done, but yeah. I've spent too much time on this one. I should have looked at someone's walkthrough too, just to confirm that I wasn't doing something odd. And I think we did actually look and see they found stuff that I didn't, right? It crashed where it didn't crash for me or stuff like that. So well, I'm just hoping it works. It's an old one, you know. It's 1,700 days old, so it's not a new one. So if it's not working as it should, it's not horribly odd. But I want to do it as much by myself and not checking someone else's stuff as possible, of course. So let's make a further script. Yeah, so we got this giving up message. Oh, and then we got it did crash. And then I had do you realize how much data I'm sending it, right? So I'm sending it 105,000 here. So it's a totally different crash. And I was trying to look at this crash and going through the program. And then there was other stuff I needed to do or something. So we didn't continue on it. So retesting netcat, and we got a crash much earlier here, and odd characters back already here, right? So gosh, this does crash. Rewrite script, connect once, and send several strings, because I was connecting and disconnecting, right, all the time, and every time we connect it's like a new one. That's one thing. And then finding the problem. So I don't remember this. Too long ago. Too many things between. A lot of debugging this first with installing immune debugger, setting options. Windows lower defensive, installing party for Windows, running the above. I uploaded the exe to buffer overflow prep, and we got the same results. I thought it might be options missing on my machine. Yeah, so this is I made a VM for this too. So part of the time that took to get this machine was to create a Windows VM, right? Yeah. And then we found the problem. Yeah, so if I didn't take such big steps, and I'm quite sure there was a new line problem. Maybe it was just the steps. Anyway, screenshot from stream. So I didn't have a screenshot or any text from this. MSF Venom. Yeah, so this is like, it's not a lot of things done. I might just start from scratch. Let's see it as a fresh box and ignore the old notes, kinda, right? Why not? Why not do it from scratch? Because I don't remember what I did, and the notes are not perfect. So I'm doing a gatekeeper in 2025 one. So that's supposed to be in TryHackMe, of course. And I'm gonna just forget about that one. And it was a long time since I did a box, really. So let's do this new. And let's just see it as a fresh one. Fresh new box. So let's do gatekeeper. It is started. No information. There's just flags to get, so we don't really have to look anymore on this screen. So let's move notes over here. And this folder is created here, ready for filling stuff in. So what we need is to add the IP address. And let's get that. So there we have the IP. And let's just exit those and just start a new fresh window. And let's do anima. And the IP is 215.69. So, how very nice. Since I've been talking constantly for almost 6 hours, I might not talk very much now. I might actually take the opportunity to be quiet for 2 seconds. It should be done soon. I don't think this one was slow. Very slow. One of the other buffer overflows ones was very slow, I think, or another one we did about that time. So the only reason we know that this box is buffer overflow is because it's under buffer overflow in the path, right? So if we look at the dashboard, we're in buffer overflow in offensive pen testing here. And that's why we know this is buffer overflow. So it is 1,700 days old, but it only has 26,183 users in a row, while Advent of Cyber has like 120,000 in a month. And this is a free room too. And Nmap is still going, so. Let's actually open a new tab. Not in. I managed to open a new tab in the browser instead. Now we have selected. So let's ping this IP instead. Yeah, so it's there. It'll be there. It'll just be some time before it's finished. It's probably something in there that takes time for Nmap to check out. One of the scripts or something takes more time than I thought. And also it has stuff to find, right? So taking the opportunity to clean my desk a bit. Why is there yogurt underneath the glass? That's very odd, but it's yogurt all over my desk now. Much yogurt. Got some water for this. It's still on the tea mug. So there. We have quite a lot of information here, and I'd be curious exactly what traffic is sent, and I would kind of like to Wireshark this, really. Maybe it's the opportunity. It did take a lot of time. Why did it take such a long time? First, let's put this in the notes. So if we go from the top here, we have open parts. I think I'll just copy all of it and then I'll cut stuff out. It's easier. So I'm gonna check their ports here open. This one. Let's see, there. So this one, what is this? SSL MS VDT server. Gatekeeper. Let's just keep like that. Product version. Well, we can find more information in this. If we want to. Then we have this one. And here we also see Windows 7, right? So and we see its work group. And then we have this 31337 Elite one, which replies back with hello. Let's not keep all the information. For request. I think I'm going to lower my desk again. So I've been standing for a bit now. So two wheels stuck in the curtains at the same time. Well, it was bound to happen sometime. There. Bottom reached. So many things I want to check so they don't get squashed. So, let's say that the RPC ones are not mega interesting, right? So, one service unrecognized page returning data. And we see all of these hellos there. And then we have the SMB. Right, let's actually run so what is the SMB script called? History grab and map. Yeah, exactly what I was gonna do. Never did that before. Obviously I did, right? So that's what it is. So let's do this, but with the current IP, which is this. There. Did you see? That was quite funny. It was on line 445. And it will be that forever because now we made it longer, so it won't move up. So this is the line map. So keep it in the end map. In one, or maybe we won't. Let's make it new. So 3 and map SNB. There, oops. Let's do this first, so it looks better. I wasn't finished with this one though. I want to clean out the data that's interesting here. So we found SNB2. So here's the actual version OS. So we can remove this line I saved here. Though we can save work group, which is kind of interesting. And we also had target name. And we had unrecognized service on this one. We had SMB, which is kind of like obvious, right? And let's not save all of this. Yeah, computer name. We have all the things there too. We can't use guests as a game user. Yeah, we're running the SMB scan. We don't need that. So this is just reports and let's just get this. This is really the bit that's interesting. And this is just the same, right? So did I put this here again? That's not necessary. That's good enough. So and what did we find from the SMB scan? We found, let's go through it the same way because it's easiest, right? So we have anonymous access to this one. There. Let's actually make headers here. I've never done that before, but why not? So nmap. Nmap SNB. There needs to be a space. And then we paste what we found. And then we want to check out what's on there. So we can just clear this. So I call this 2023. So let's do it here too. 2023, am I stupid or what? So, yeah. Now we have an empty directory here to play with. As we're yeah, this is what we want to do. So, what was the name? Oh, I think I might have misread the information. Let's check it again. I'm kind of sure we had more access to something. So let's read here instead. So admin, we have no admin access. So I'm thinking we did this before a long time ago. What did I do then? Yeah, there was a users. So we didn't get the same results. This is interesting. Because this was just IPC dollar. I didn't read what it was. I assumed it was this one, right? So did we do exact same command? Yeah, we did. So it's supposed to be possible to access users. So the reason I'm not continuing this is because it's from October and I want to have a fresh. That's why we have 2025 on it. But if we don't get the same data. Yeah, current user has access read. Yeah, I'm just blind. So this is the interesting one. We don't really care about IPC for now. Sorry about that. It's just because I had it in my head that there was one we could really read, and this doesn't say yes here. That's why. So let's continue. Let's do our IP. And the IP is 215.69. So it's user default. Update our rooming. So we're getting a lot of links to desktop ini. And the user.dat stuff. And then we have the gatekeeper exe here. So it's in. Let's actually copy. Users share. So it is share. G tab here. So So we have our gatekeeper exe here. I'm actually hungry, but I haven't eaten anything since I started streaming more than... Yeah, I have. I ate too hard. I ate some sandwiches. I have some yogurt again. Right, I actually need to do something. I need to take another pause quickly because I need to order food for my mom. I'll do that. Just a sec. Before it gets too late. So, alright. Oh yeah, I can fix that. I can't hop you over there while it's in pause mode, right? I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. Unlock the code, no limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of Yeah, so my mom wasn't finished, so I can't order food for her before she's finished her list. So we'll just continue. She'll call when she's done. It might be hours. So we'll see. Let's just continue. No, it's up. Right? So we have a file that is an exe file. What we haven't done yet is to test this other port that we found in the nmap. Let's go here actually. We haven't tested this one, right? So let's do that. Next. Exploring 13. Is it too many threes? Let's do port. So, what we have on this port, yeah, 31, not 13. Yeah, it didn't look right. 31. There. Also, we want this to be 4. So it lines up prettily there. 31, 337. And the nmap got a lot of odd stuff there. So we're just gonna netcat to this one. And let's see what happens. So let's netcat. What is the IP address again? I should have it up. This one. 215.69. And it's like, oh, there's nothing, right? So if we just QWERTY it, 23. Okay. So let's do mega long message. This is mega long enough, right? So it crashed there, but yeah, connection refused. It's like dead. So it started back up. Started back up after a bit, but if we try it once after it crashed, we couldn't reach it. Let's try the same again. A little less long message. It crashed and we get connection refused. There. So quite a bit before it restarted again. But it does restart when it crashes. So we don't have to restart the box or anything. That's nice. So now we have to test this in a more like controlled way, right? So let's start with just testing how many characters can we add here. So if we add let's try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50. 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that crashed it. So 150 characters crashes it. So if we do it at once, it is dead. But if we wait, so is it time to try again? What do you think? Yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Because we tried 110, so now we're trying 120. And now we got something odd. Odd characters here, but it's still responding. And kinda working, right? 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. I think I had enough on the door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. I had to do this. Yeah. Yes, love. Hold on. there. One of my kids needed some help. Just when we found something. But we want to test this, of course, on a Windows machine. The only problem is that my computer might die if I start too many things. Let's see here. So we can close this one down. And what else do we have? The calculator. That was from the cryptography
Fixerbot
room.
says.
New follower Senor
Welcome
Guma.
in, welcome
Less
in.
than 3.
So, fun things for fun, of course. So how many tabs do I have here that I don't need? Let's say that we close everything but this one. Let's call it 2 because I already have a one folder. That probably means that I did the same thing and then I forgot to open it up again, right? Yeah, let's do all of it. 2. And then we close it. Close tabs. Because this one we want up because we want to be able to access this. And we only done. Yeah, I started this before it started, right? So.
Senor Guma says.
Which box you doing?
It is called Gatekeeper, and it's a part of the path for offensive pen testing, the offensive pen testing path, and it's a part of its buffer overflow, so we know it's a buffer overflow thing in it. So.
Ahaha, okay.
So, otherwise it doesn't have any information at all, it just says deploy the machine when you're ready to release the gatekeeper. And then it says defeat the gatekeeper to break the chains, but beware, fire awaits on the other side. So, should we be afraid? Or what? We don't know yet. We'll see. So, now, do we dare to start another VM? Like Windows, right? So we can't close OBS, it's kind of required for streaming, right? The TTS is kind of nice to have. So we'll see. If my computer crashes, I definitely need to buy more memory. That's the whole thing. And this is probably the one. So, let's see. It's happened before that OBS has crashed. But I think we're like safe now. I did restart before. Actually, StreamerBot crashed and didn't want to start, so I had to restart my computer. Very stable, everything. So Windows starting, it's always fun, right? So while we wait, let's make like a script from Callie here.
I'm getting back into it. Was a mechanic for 6 years. Just got a help desk position and have been doing TryHackMe on and off for about 2 years.
Okay. Yeah, so that's about how long I've been interested in the cybersecurity stuff too. But I worked in IT before, so I think I'm like cheating a bit. So this is still starting, and let's like think fresh. Let's hop to the notes. We have those open still. And I don't want to use code because it kind of takes a lot of memory, right? And I don't want to crash the computer. Should have to think about that. I need a new computer. I think it's motivated to get a new computer. Right? Isn't it? I should have a like collecting money for a new computer so stream doesn't crash. So buffer overflow stuff. My notes are public, by the way, so if this looks interesting, you can just go to my GitHub. Alright, do you know what I just did? I just closed the tab where I had my, this one. So, I now have my notes on my webpage. So, you can actually, you don't have to go to Get Out. You can go here. You can look. We should fix, it's not finished. I did this yesterday. But it kind of works.
Nice, thank you. My notes are all over the place, lol.
Yeah, mine too. By the way, is that a German voice you selected? Are you German? It kind of sounds a bit like that. So we have the buffer overflow notes. You're American.
I am American.
Yeah, I know a lot of people select funny voices, even though you're American, and it's hard to hear it sometimes.
I wish I was German.
Okay, so it's a German voice. Yeah. So, buffer overflow. Here's my buffer overflow notes. And we can do like change this one. Let's see, it's from there to there. But we can also select to, oh, we got the note we want. Let's focus, right? It's kind of nice. Then we have my old buffer overflow notes. Though what I want right now is not actually the notes, but the Python files, right? So that we'll go back to my notes, and we'll save some memory. I just wanted to show what I made yesterday. Or did. I just exported it with a tool, so it's not like I made the pages. Yeah, so this is why I made it. Oh, what happened there? That's alright, I know what it is. It was a VM starting, of course. Right? I'm like, what? That sounded like a Windows sound. So I think we have a VM started. Come on. And this is a slow one. I think the password is password. Yeah. So we have some tools installed and stuff here that we can play with. And I do think the file, I already uploaded it, the file here. Because I started doing this box before, but it was so long ago, it was in October. So recently I've been doing other stuff. Yeah, we also have scripts here already. I kind of want to make new ones though. Is that stupid to make new stuff when you already have it? Let's check out the notes, right? So, buffer overflow. And here's my start here. I don't even have a link for my big buffer overflow. Whatever. I should finish this one too. Let's do this. So, this is how you make links, kinda easily. And we want this start here buffer overflow to be linked in the index I made here, right? So maybe put it, we can put it at the end. So if you scroll down in the start here, I've made, we can see that there's the buffer overflow. So I missed that last time. So next time I export this to the HTML, we will have the buffer overflow one here too. So I don't think I have scripts in the file. I might. Maybe I should put it here. I've also thought about putting this file into several because it's kind of long, right? Yeah. It's kinda long. And then I want to add more stuff to it. The script. I want the script in here so I don't have to go to a Python file. Especially now when I have it on the web page. If you click the Python files, you can't look at them. You can just download them. What pies do we have here? No Python files? So let's make sure. Oh gosh, my extensions are gone. How did that happen? Because I know there's more files there. Oh gosh.
Pandatong says.
Where's your backup?
Yeah. So what did I have? C, CPP, H, HPP, Pi, TXT. Lots of other stuff. PDF. So many things I had here. Well.
Doc, EXE, MC, XLSX.
No. Nothing like that. I don't use Office, you know.
Translated from Dutch.
I don't use Office. I use Google Docs and stuff. Even make my invoices and sheets. They're pretty though. They're pretty. There's images in there. It reminds me, I should make an invoice or two for tomorrow. I know what I will do when I stop streaming then. Oh my. Well. Because tomorrow I'll go there and work again and they'll want me to have made the invoices. So, where to put them? You can see now we have Pi, several Pi files there. They won't be pretty, but they will be visible. So we can look at Python files and they won't be very pretty. They will look like text files. That's the plugin that I have. We could open this, but as I'm running 2 VMs now, it feels a bit like I'm tempting fate really a lot there, right? So what we want to do, we could take my little fuzzer here, right? And we could just copy this thing, and it's probably identical to the one I have here already, which is kind of funny. So let's look at this. Actually, just now we don't want to run it. We want to open it with idle, and it'll look prettier in idle. Though idle has dark mode, right? I'm like, am I wrong? Whatever, let's not care about that. So this is the same file probably. So let's just for fun select all and paste. And this is what it looks like, right? I'm undoing that. Looked kinda similar. I'm just gonna scroll down on this side where it doesn't look as pretty. I should see if I can find syntax highlighting for there's an easy workaround, you know. The easy workaround for this problem is to do what I was planning to do. And actually put it in there, in buffer overflow. So let's put it where we're supposed to do it. I'm thinking of linking now and making more files instead of this long one. Buffer overflow, low program. This is just information about how assembler works, really. exploring memory stack and heap. Buffer overflow. Here's where the actual buffer overflow starts. So first, is there a buffer overflow? This is a fuzzing part. Fuzzing. Yeah, example here, fuzzer pi. In the script, we can set the size of steps, the increasing things to check. So let's put the script actually in here. And let's just do Python. And we will get pretty highlighting here. So we don't have to be blind. Though we do have this, it will stay within here. It won't. This is like nicer, right? It just going off the screen, the long line. So we can see what port is set, which is obviously this port we're using. Let's compare the rest of it. Step size, yeah. So this step size is crazy big. Let's actually have 10 as a step size. We want. Oh right. This is my mega maxed one. And I don't think it is fully the lightest version. Let's see. While true, and on my right screen I have a def get string. So here I made a function of it. And if size is more than 5,000, yeah. So this is more updated. And also we want here this to be 10, step size 10. And non-repeating total size. This is what we have here. This is 5,000 characters, so that's why. If you want me to explain the code, I can do that. But otherwise, I'll just double check that it's correct. Well, look, I can do it quickly. So, this string is what we will send, and it will return the prefix plus the pattern, but just the size. Set size of this pattern. So if it is 10 characters, it takes the first 10, right? So we get the special non-repeating pattern already when we're fuzzing. So we don't have to redo stuff, right? That's kind of the purpose of this. As I only have 5,000 characters in this buffer, so when I had a problem before, I didn't get anything, so I sent it 5,000, and I sent it 100,000 characters, and it didn't crash. Until it kinda crashed with an error at it said it couldn't handle more than 65,000 characters when I was sending it 105,000 characters. So it was very odd, behaving very oddly. And I think it was both that I didn't put a return at the end when I sent it, maybe. And I don't remember if this was the one. I did that in one. It was in October, I don't remember exactly. And also that I sent too big text sizes. So now we know that it crashes on 140 characters. If you send it 1,000 characters, it's so much over that it's yeah. We're writing so much. So it crashes some other way, probably, right? It's off. Anyway, this is just adding padding if it's more than 5,000 characters, if the string is too short. So this is fixing all the things for us, in case we need to put long things in there. So try with the socket and S colon. So S is now our connection to the netcat. we set a timeout to, because when I didn't have the timeout, timeout 5. Yeah, I think this is too short. I think it's supposed to be no timeout. Now I'm curious. Let's see if we can use the script as it is and crash it with it. Fussing with bytes, format length, string length, prefix, and yeah. So this is a comment I added after having problems that I couldn't receive data. That is what that was. Yeah. So I didn't receive anything. It just like froze. And finally I understood that I had to. Right. Alright. Not just N also. Send string, enter to receive data. The thing with this one is that for every loop we need to send and receive data, right? So you need to fix this for everything you test, every buffer overflow you test. And if it crashes, we get to know what the error was, and we can see what it crashed on because we write out all the information, fussing with bytes here. So what did I change? I changed the length of the step, right? So we could also start at 500 if we wanted to. This is how many steps it has already done. So if we said put it to 10, it will start at 10 steps, meaning 100, right? Yeah. Yeah, right. We can run this in here. So we can run the script. We don't have the program running yet, right? So nothing will respond. So just to test it, I'm assuming it's F5. Yeah, I think I said it there too. So syntax error, invalid syntax. Did I manage to click something when I was going through it? No, I don't think so. Yeah, this is supposed to be like this. It's supposed to be this. That's not supposed to be a syntax error on there. It's interesting. Python version 2. So we open the wrong idle and then we get the wrong thing. No, we already saved it, or rather before. So I opened the wrong idle. Idle 3. Right. Yeah, I told you it's a dark mode. Now we know why. So if it starts in bright light mode, it is 2.7. Okay? This is much nicer to look at. Nice on the eyes. Yeah, so now it won't crash from syntax error. It will crash from there's no connection available because we haven't started the program yet, right? So first we're going to start the gatekeeper. So let's do, I think it's 64-bit. No, it's 32 because Immunity Debugger is only 32-bit. So it must be 32-bit. because I know that this is an old box, right? And it used old stuff. So let's open the executable we want to run, and it says DLL loaded. Time wasted debugging. Oh my god, can we close this one? It says I've been doing this for 6 hours. But not now though, but generally for all time, I guess. Let's just make sure that it's actually started, right? So I think this is the run. Let's check this. Yeah, it's listening for connections, right? So if we make this one a bit tinier and run it, we can see the responses here, and it crashed, and we should be able to see back here if I can manage to click the program. First chance exception on, and we have a number here, and this number hopefully we will be able to find what this is. So let's copy the value and let's hop to the Kali machine. I tried to install, now let's see if we minimize this. Let's see. Metasploit framework for Windows on this thing. I think it uninstalled it though because I couldn't really install it even. It was bad. So we go in here. By the way, maybe you wanted to see the output of the script. So it just fuzzing with 10 bytes. Hello, and it goes up 80, 90, 120, and 140, and 150. So 150 it never returns, it crashes already on 140 there. And we can see that we get odd, instead of the exclamation marks here, we start to get odd stuff here at the ends earlier than that too. So we're overriding like this thing. The string is like overridden already with stuff in some way, because I don't think this is part of the string, so that we're sending. Maybe we are. Let's go back to Kali. Oh. Oh, I'm not typing on the right machine. So history, grab. I guess I should do that just to find my history better. Pattern. Is it pattern? Yeah. So we haven't done this before, have we? So USR. It will just hop up if I do USR, right? So let's just paste our number we had. And we have done that one before twice. And it doesn't find anything. And this is kinda, I think this is like where we ended up with this. Yeah, I think I was trying to find an error in this. But we can do more basic stuff too, right? We can do all A's and see if we just make sure that they're in there, right? So let's change our script a bit to send only A's. this one. So we crashed it with our long string, and the string contents is not found, meaning it's like odd, it doesn't work as it's supposed to. Bytes sent 130, bytes received 131, is always one more. And when it says bytes sent 135 here is suddenly bytes received 141, bytes sent. So it's kind of like behaving oddly all over here. So we're going to restart it. So we get a new pretty window. And let's do the traditional thing to just send ace, which is much simpler. So instead of the pattern here, use pattern equals false. And I'm always unsure, is it upper or lowercase? It's uppercase. Yeah. All the languages, it's always different. Then, when we're supposed to send this, here, in this we make another if. So if use pattern, and we type that in, and then we do else colon, and we're going to return instead prefix plus we're not using B's, we're using modern. So instead we're just doing multiplying this A here with that. This script has worked, right? I'm sure it has. Maybe I should do the B thing. No, I'm unsure. So it was a long time since I did it. It was months ago. Let's see what changes with this. We can also make it B, only I'll have to change a lot more than this. So that is the if we have a shorter string than 5000, this is what we're using right now. But we want to make the script work for anything, right? So if non-repeating, oh, it's even easier. We don't need that even at all. If use pattern, we're just gonna move this up and do if not use pattern. Then we do this. There, and this is else. And it is all the rest. So many things to delete there. Only this needs to be indented. Do you think it can handle a quick version of that? I don't think so. We're talking idle after all, right? So now we should have it all aligned. So if we just run this now, I don't think we need to change anything else. This is just the logic of sending the data. This is what gets the data, and what we want to change right now is the data. So if we make sure that it's running, now we're on 7 hours. Since I installed X32DBG, I've been using it for 7 hours. That's like painful. Yeah, so it's running, right? It's running. Oh, sorry. I meant to hop to this. And what we want to see now is that, yeah, so it's not right. We have the same thing here. Here we have the ace. Why? Maybe it doesn't do the instruction that actually puts EIP. That happens sometimes, that it doesn't actually do the instruction that would put a bad value in EIP. So maybe if we like step into, step over, that's not 41s either. Yeah. So it started again. Now you can see we're sending all ace, right? We're getting all ace back. So it should work with my code. I'm just thinking if the binary is actually the problem. We might be sending like Unicode or something. You never know. Especially with Windows. If that's the problem, I probably spend a lot of time on that. So let's just make this a BA. And when we run this, we will get an error. Yeah, could not concatenate string bytes. Doesn't give us a line even, does it? Yeah, so we have to convert all the things. That's a problem. That's the annoying thing. So what do we concatenate it with? The prefix is b, should be b dot dot, and this will need to be b dot dot. There. What else do we use? Prefix plus a times padding. So this need to be b there. So padding. Alright, this is for that. And then when we're actually sending it, send string. So string is get string. Get string is what this function returns. So this is where we need to use b. I think we got it. I think it was a concatenation with a prefix. We don't really have much. But this is just if you need to send like some kind of command or something. So I'm saving it, I'm F5ing it. Yeah, there's something left. But now it says fuzzing with 10 bytes and then it crashes. So I'd like to have a better editor now than idle. But I don't want this VM
Stop
to be...
trying to hack me. I have 5 firewalls.
Okay, Panda. Now we have a goal. So which string or data gotten is not B? So this will all be B.
I'm localhost as well.
You don't have any internet connection, right, to your computer, right? As you're speaking to me, you can't have any internet connection. So, non-repeating total size mod 500. If non-repeating 0, non-repeating padding total size non-repeating. So, this is a number, a digit, which uses padding. Where's padding? Nowhere. Total size. We get from here then. Right. So since I changed this, we do have a function now. We have to think about that as a function. I don't know how much I did with this and if it's even finished. But we need to be able to make sure we can see all the variables. But I think it's... Where does it come from? I mean, seriously, right? Here, total size. And then we get string. Of course we need to send the size to the function. This is just odd not doing it. So we need to send the size, right? Now the size of the string we want to get. That's the logic. So then we have non-repeating here. Non-repeating. Here, total size. Okay, yeah, that's good. It's from within here. So this is the value of the padding. And this is just for printing. We're making this padding value. So if we had 5034 characters, it would say 34 here, right? Because we're removing the 5000. The amounts of 5000 is removed. So non-repeating string, and then string non-repeating. Yeah. So, and we don't end this line because we want to continue it later for some reason. Return prefix plus. So now we have the prefix, which is nothing. So we can really remove prefix here for now if we wanted to. But then we have it will never get here because we're using this version. As a debug measurement, we could do this, right? So where did it crash? It said fuzzing with, and then it crashed. So it kind of crashed here, right? This is the line it crashes on. It's doing Latin 1 there. Bytes. Right. But it's a string concatenation. Oh, here it is. I found it. So, there. That's the concatenation that we were missing. but we fixed some other stuff that was nice to have done. So if we make this tinier again, client disconnected, receive connection from remote host. Oh, it's you, Panda. You're hacking this machine, right? So, making sure we can see this line over here. I don't know what I did, but I'll restart it just to make sure we have a fresh one. Listening for connections. We have the script ready to run. Let's F5 the script. Let's open this. Encoded without string argument. Okay, so it didn't work. Fuzzing crashed. Encoding without a string argument. Yeah, so I don't like the level of debug info I get. Encoding. Right. So I was thinking of that. So now we already have bytes. We don't need to convert to bytes. So we have one level too much there before the send, because now we already have bytes. So let's see. We didn't have a string argument. We had bytes already. So object cannot be interpreted as integer. And we still don't get a line for it. But we can see that we're fussing with 10 bytes. So we're earlier in the code. Str object. So just to debug to see if this is where the problem is, right? We can comment lines. There's not any single comment in this. I'm so sorry, people. Should you comment your code? Why should you comment your code? I was gonna do this. I was like, this is Python. Oh, WTF, do you comment your code in Python? I need a confirmation here. I want to see a comment. Don't I have comments in any of mine? Yeah, it's square. Yeah, I was like, seriously, dude. My brain is a language mess sometimes. I admit it. This is not doing anything. It's just printing stuff. And let's see. So it's not that line, right? Than we were earlier. So the one that we print is fuzzing with 10 bytes here, right? Oh, I commented the wrong line. That's what I was going to comment. Send string. This is probably I need to string it. So this was not what I intended to do with this stream. I intended to focus on the not Python. I'm kind of thinking string, but convert bytes to string. You're just missing an add here. No. I forgot to type Python. So let's hop you over to the other screen. Yeah, I was thinking STR, but I want to check. Text bytes decode. Decode UTF-8. Yeah, so we have said that we are doing this in Latin 1, right? So we need to do the opposite. Oh, what did I do? This is for the bytes. No? Is it for the send? Yeah, it's for the send. So I'm a bit missing functionalities here. S.send and Python socket, yeah. Let's just compare anyone's code with mine. Let's go, yeah, con.send message. Let's add something to that search. Let's add Python Latin 1 there. Now we're converting a string. Not what I want to do, but yeah, it might have been in the byte one. That's what I'm thinking. So let's actually look at the old code instead, right? Because we have it here. Yeah, that's like that too. This is the one we were actually doing. So I have so many of these. This is another one. B. Where's the send? Yeah, this one. Oh, send. Oh, it's up here probably then. Which would be odd. I should read the whole thing. Okay. Write payload. Doesn't this use networking? Oh. Doesn't. Then it's useless. Oh, remote. So I could have read the file names. Send buffer. Only send buffer. There's nothing about an encoding here. Right? So if we search instead for byte. Bytes. Latin 1. Right? So this is where it belongs. Encode, decode. Oh my god. So bytes. We had a function called bytes. Definitely had a function called bytes. By the way, let's actually look at the code while we have it here, right? So where was the parenthesis I removed? Yeah, that we want done. Oh well. So the redo here didn't work. Because it's not Control Y as I want. It is Control Shift C. Very odd. Okay, Control Shift C. I can do that. But I'll have to scroll down. Total size. Had the wrong thing copied. So now it's back to previous state, the code. We have bytes, and the obvious that this belongs to the bytes, right? That's just what I wanted to confirm. We could have just undone. I'm kind of used to undo not always working, right? If you're using like Notepad or something. That's my backup now in Notepad. When we make changes, I can revert to this one. I really prefer having like Git or something, right? This is primitive. Where's my line? I want to add it here. So this is a classic. We just copy the line and comment the old one. We make changes into the new one. And oh gosh, I changed that too. B. And we remove line 1. We don't need double parentheses. And then we test after we save. So can only concatenate str, not bytes to string. Yeah, so now we still have was there something else that I didn't do? This one is right, that one's right, that one's right. I guess we use these instead because it's more like thing. I don't think that should affect anything though. Where do I concatenate? Here. Here's where I concatenate. So let's skip printing this. And yeah, so this is what I used for another one. So I have definitely used this one before and it worked, right? So in there it worked. So it's the comment that breaks it. It's not the actual code. So what we need to fix that is to concatenate the string. What I was just checking for here. Convert bytes to a string, right? And wouldn't just str work? Did I try it, or did I just not do it and thinking it wouldn't work because it would be too easy? Oh, wrong comment. We don't want to uncomment that one. We'd have to press keys all the time. So here we just str string, which is kind of funny. Oh, it did it automatically? No, it didn't. There. So let's F5 this now. And now the program is crashed already, so it won't do anything. So we can take the opportunity now to see if this worked. So we still have the exact same EIP that we always do when it crashes, and it's not anything we sent. And now we have wasted another 20 minutes. Oh, I don't like this counter. Time wasted debugging. I don't know if you can see it. It says time wasted debugging. 0, 07, 21, and then the seconds are ticking. So now it's 22, 04, 05, 06. So, let's actually go check. Someone has done this box, right? I don't care if it expires as we're doing offline stuff, right? So, let's, by the way, check. Has it expired? No, we can add an hour. Though, it's starting to get late. It's 17 now. I think my kids might want help with something else. One of my kids didn't want help while I was streaming, so I don't know why, but... Maybe 8 hours is a good streaming length too. We're there soon. So let's do Gatekeeper. TryHackMe. And I know we looked at something before to do the exact same thing when I looked at this for months and months ago. Yeah, that's a room. So here we've been in one. Let's look at something else. Let's see. Let's do 2024 too. So we have something recently done. So if there's bugs, they're like at least just 1 year. So let's just scroll down to wherever they're doing something. Oh, they're doing it quickly here. I downloaded Gatekeeper, copied it to my Windows VM, got loaded in Immunity Debugger that I will never use if I can help it. From there, it was a straightforward process to generate a buffer overflow. At first, I thought my script was buggy since it crashed on the second fuzz size, but I manually tested and found the overflow really was less than 200 bytes. Running a cyclical pattern through Gatekeeper showed me offset at 146. Yeah, so I don't get a crash that I can find the offset for. This is not enough details. It should be very easy to find this, right? And this is really what I need to find, but I want to find it myself. I don't want to get it from someone else. Yeah. So they're just sending 200. We did that. I'm so annoyed at this. Although it crashes earlier, maybe... Yeah, I know I had a problem on one where I sent too little data. Let's try it again. So I'm going to move to 100. Oh, why did I do that? So I missed the button, that's what I did. So instead, maybe that's why I had 100 as size. I had 100 as size. So if this works now, then this is a bad box. Because you can't fuss into tiny steps, right? So we want this to work, but if it works, I will be mad at the box creator. Because not being able to fuss in 10 increments would be a time killer indeed, right? What do you think? What will happen? So, the moment of truth. The moment of truth. I'm mad at the box creator. Officially, I'm mad. Who did this box? Okay. So how much debugging did I do to find this error? It was at least, I think it was an hour. So this is funny because now we have an EAP of 41, which was the whole reason I started messing about adding stuff to the script. Well, the script is better. Let's see, this is learning, right? And the bad thing is that I remember this now. I remember this now. Because I had started this box before. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So, at least we have now changed this to use B, meaning it doesn't need to convert to bytes. Meaning it is somewhat better. But we need to confirm that it works with our non-repeating string. So we need to set the value of use pattern to true. There. And we need to run it again, meaning we need to restart. And this was like what I was not wanting to do. What was fixing the script to make it better than this. This is annoying. Well, I guess I learned more about how to convert between bytes and strings, right? And I got reminded that how to make comments in Python, which is like, yeah, I knew that. But my fingers were typing C comments. And yeah, let's confirm that it works. It does. So the only problem we had, but I changed it now to be B instead, which is in one way prettier, and I'm sure now that no odd conversion of stuff will affect our string. We said it. We don't use any standard thing. We just use our own, right? And send failed. So it receives the data and then something crashes within it. And I can't click there. So this is now the number that we need to copy to our Kali machine. So I have a lot of highlighting streams to do. So let's do the same and just paste our new number, which if you look at my history, I did do this, but that was long ago. We have a long history now, much longer than 2000. So we got 146. First of all, let's document everything and let's make our notes better by adding right. I had to scroll up to that. By adding notes into the buffer overflow one, whatever. Here. So, testing buffer overflow. On Windows. So, we will put everything here. All the things, making screenshots. So, first of all, we have our little fuzzer script that we have two places to put. First of all, since I've upgraded the script, let's replace this one. I think this is just, it's an earlier version of the same script, right? So we paste here, and we have a much more nicer, more advanced version, which can also do where is it? Use pattern true. I'm actually going to move that, since the way it looks there, it's not obvious. So let's change it in the script so they're identical. Yes, gubben, vill du någonting så kan jag komma. I'm just going my to my hubby.
Steal her chair.
Oh, just when I'm back. You didn't have time to. Yeah, so we sung for my hubby's sister. It's her birthday. So we got the Kings to sing both Happy Birthday and the Swedish song. So, and they both did. At least they're not very good at the Swedish one though. So they kind of switched to English. So, okay, so what were we doing? I don't remember a thing. Nah, it wasn't 3 months this time or something. So, yeah,
Hit
this
me with
is
some
the
hot tea.
updated script. Yeah, you can get, though this is cold now. I got it like when we started with this box, so maybe 2 hours then. Yeah, so how mad am I at the box creator who creates a box with a buffer overflow where you have to step 100 bytes at a time. If you do 10 at a time, it crashes too early, right? How smart is that? They must have not tested it at all. Anyway, it's very annoying. So we spend a lot of time on this now for nothing. So I'm saving this fuzzer file here. So next time we have let's make a comment on the step size, right? And let's actually put this on top because these are also variables that we want to change, and the pattern is long if we happen to get this version of how things look. So let's do step size. If you get bad info, bad crashes. With 1 step size, try bigger and smaller steps. So if I had thought of this before, right? If I had thought of this, I would have done the same mistake. Let's do the same edit here. Let's just put these first, because then we have the identical script on both. So now we can do stuff. We're going to put this in the notes too, right? So we have the output. We still have this output. So we also have the crash. Though it says data has been copied to clipboard. Let's move them so we can see. Yeah, the EIP there. So now you can see EIP if you do the screenshot here. And let's see if this is good enough to be possible to paste. Alright, I forgot to put a letter or a number on this one. So, yeah, kinda thought so. Let's undo that. Let's delete the image because it's just going to take place otherwise. And let's make a... Is Sharek running? Definitely not. No, I did click. So the funny thing is I had to type the full word every time for this to start. So now I can do F4 and I can just F4 there. So let's see if this worked. I just clicked. It was the first time. Yeah, I did the full screen. Just one click instead of dragging and I got the full screen. That's nice. Very nice. So now we can see here we have the EIP and this is the number that we use here. to get the offset. So now we have the offset for this. What did we do before this? I was thinking of pasting the script here too, but it's a bit long. We can paste the file in here, but I do like to have notes that are actually functional, right? Also, we didn't paste this, our exploration of the port. That's always a bit ugly in the notes, right? To have empty spaces. So, so this is kind of all of it. All of it is the same. Why not put all of it there? It's not like we have anything else on this page. The reason for having all of it is that I did the connection refused in between here. This was new to me, that it had some delay before it started again, right? So that's interesting. We also saw it crash. So this. So right, the script. Why did I hop all over there? We're starting gatekeeper.exe and opening in, let's hop back there because I don't want to mistype the name. Yeah, x32 dbg and running it. Then we start our fuzzing script. We get a crash at EIP. So the offset and the fuzzing string in the input string is 146. So now we need to find a way to use this to get a shell on the machine, I'm assuming. That's what we're supposed to do. We have a user and a root flag to get from this box, so we need to be on there. It's not like some other simple ones where you just get some data from it or something. So we need to explore the executable a bit more and see if there's stuff in there that we can use. But first we're going to look at my notes and make sure that we are not missing something. So the reason I have notes is to be able to read them right. I don't make the notes just for fun, even though it is kind of fun to make this kind of note. So exploring memory. So let's see here, buffer overflow. So fuzzing parameters, controlling EIP. So, right, the next step in my little list here is identifying bad characters, then finding return instruction, finding shellcode address.
002 says, I am out for today. THX for streaming. See you around.
Okay, thank you for being here, and have a great rest of the day and rest of everything, right? See you next time. And tomorrow I'll be streaming from like 13 my time-ish. I'll be working first. So, yeah, let's check bad characters. So if we hop back up here, let's make a new note. 6. Bad shards. Finding bad shards. And I do have another script that I have like made for this, but it is not finished either, I think. Oh my, sorry. So in buffer overflow, yeah, it's part of the exploit one. I don't know which one is newer here. There's so many versions of everything here. But now we went through the fuzzer one kind of thoroughly, which is always nice. So, to remember it all, right? So let's restart this. Because we want it running to be able to test stuff. To be able to send data and check memory and see if it is correct. So this time we want to send special data. I'm thinking if it's better using this one or the other one, which I don't know how finished it is. Let's see here. So, yeah, this one uses the non-B ones. I kind of changed the other script and this one to be not with B as bytes, but use this instead. And now I changed it back, and I'm kind of thinking we can stick with a new way, which is the old way. Does that sound very logical? Anyway, this script has all cards, so it gets all characters from 0 to 255, 0 to FF, and then it excludes what characters we already have found that are bad, that we are going to enter here as we find them, and then the rest is use cards. It removes these characters, go through the string, and we can also print the lists if we want to. Let's see. Right, so this is some old Venom stuff. But this should have steps, I think. Maybe it's another script of the steps. Yeah, here is the steps. Where the data is. Yeah, so it can be hard sometimes to see where the data is. And then we can just put all A's there to see it easier. Because it looks kind of easy to miss the data. So we're starting with step 1, just putting data there. So the offset is 146. That I obviously already had because we had run the command before, but it was 3 months ago. I don't remember it. I want to redo all the things. But I don't think we got further than this, actually. But this is where we ended then. because we had something else we needed to do. Yeah, I think the reason was we had the 101 security 101 path on TryHackMe. Then we did the Advent of Cyber. We've been doing other stuff too, so a lot of hardware stuff recently. So now I want to get this path finished, as we just today finished the 101 path too first, because it was quick. So let's just go for it, right? So I'm too tired to do anything but type run it, right? Let's just run this. Let's close the first one. So it crashed at once, as it's supposed to. And we were sending the A's, and we can very clearly see all the A's here, right? They're very easy to see. So, assuming we have the same situation next time, let's just copy the address of this, just to put in a. This is the old version where I saved, so let's put it there. It's saved in case we need it. So we should see, it's kind of clear that data too, because it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. But if we only see nothing, then it's hard to find. So we're restarting this again. And if something is not clear, just ask me, right? Just ask me. So what we're going to do now is to send data. We're going to see, are there any characters that this program will perceive as terminating the string, for example. Mostly that, really. Because if the string is terminated, then it will not be inputted into the memory, and we will not be able to use that data, right? So now we're going to input, instead of just A's, we're going to input the characters that we made over here. All the characters except for our bad characters. Meaning for now it's going to be, can't I scroll this? 00 to FF. We're going to see that. So it's going to be very obvious, hopefully. So let's just save it so it doesn't have to ask us this time. So no, didn't I restart it? So now we're running use shards, right? Let's restart this. I think I did. And let's run it again. And it might be so that it doesn't do anything because 00 is null, right? And that's the way we terminate strings. So the most logical thing is that it wouldn't override any data, which would give us kind of the ace still there, which would be an okay way to end this thing, right? So data is sent. There's no change on this address. So let's hop the address up. We can make this bright light horribleness less. So we still have all the 31s there. So I don't think it's getting any input at all. And I don't know if it crashes. Yeah. So it's still crashed. By the way, it wants an update. Do we want Windows updates? Yeah, I think I've updated this one. It's just set to do stuff. Right, so now we go into, before we run the script this time, let's just close the thing. I guess it just keeps opening the same one, right? So I should just fix where it's positioned instead. So what we're going to do now is we're going to add null here. So we do, can't I type? Yeah, I don't know why it didn't end up. So we do null. We add the backslash 00, which is null, into the string here. And then we run this. So we run it again, sends again, and we don't get any new stuff in here, right? Okay. So let's just try it. Let's go for this one. I guess we'll add one. I don't think I've seen that be a problem, but maybe I'm just don't remember stuff. Might not remember stuff. So it just crashed again. It looks exactly the same again. Right, I remember I forgot something. We want to put a breakpoint too. Where should we put the breakpoint though? This is annoying, right? But I have done this before. In this, I think. But it's like a tough thing. So let's restart it. I don't want to do this again. Oh. I guess we just need to do it. So let's make sure we have some more space to explore the code. Maybe there's a good trick to do this that I don't know. Let's actually just, can we load it without starting? Yeah. Let's just, you could put breakpoints at the very start. This is such a complex program, network program, you know, that we can't just, I mean, if it's a tiny program, it's so easy to find stuff, but with this one, it's messier. So, options, preferences, yeah, entry breakpoint, thank you. So, let's save that. So this was at least useful for the A's. I mean, we found them easily, right? So now when we restart it, it is paused. Here it was to say, where it says paused on this one. We're at 7:45. Yeah, so this is learning. This is not bad. This is learning. So where did they really put that one? I'm sure there's smarter stuff to find this. So we seem to be in main at least. That's where I aim to be. I only couldn't see if we were in main. So 3 months since I looked at this. Or 2 months. So we can't step through it, it's too much. Right, so the message we get here when it crashes, let's use that. Anyone remember? Receive the data something. So let's undo this. And we could just continue though. Oh, whatever. We can continue. And it is now running. It's just so tiny and black text on gray background, so I don't see. It's not running. So if we run the script now, it will do the same as it has done and kind of crash in the wrong way, but we will see the message, right? So I guess bytes received is enough, right? So if we go to the bytes received message, it should have received the data and it should be in memory, right? So, oh my god, how many times have we done that? So let's, I think we can search just by right clicking here. Search for constant. No. I could have done ASCII there, I guess. Yeah, let's try again. Search for, find reference to. No. Oh, find reference to, and we have the address of that. That could be useful too. So let's remember, find reference to, right? We should always check the menus. And here's also breakpoints, right? So search for, I'm just checking if there's any search alternatives other than this, no? And we want to search in the current module, maybe? And we want to search for a we can do region. What's the module, I guess? Constant. And can I type here? No, I can't. I don't know. Yeah, this is not what I want, right? Because I want to paste this. Can it do this? Expression? Yeah, maybe it can. No, I can only do cancel. Yeah, this is more what I want, right? Let's see if we can find this thing. No. Yeah, so I think what I did before is just to scroll and look. I just looked for it. Because it's nice and friendly and tells us what's up. So as long as I remember, bytes received, bind failed. This is what I mean with a too complex program to just know where it is. This is the error we got previously when I sent 100,000 characters. Client disconnected. Bytes received. So here, now we found the bytes received line here, right? So maybe if we put a breakpoint here, I can right click and do it. Breakpoint, set, let's just toggle. We want this breakpoint on, right? So when we get here, we have it. The program has received the data, and we should be able to see it in memory. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm very happy that we have this. We can also try send failed. Right, let's copy this full output. Actually, let's do a print screen of this, or I'm going to do F4. So let's do it as detailed. Let's get all the steps in the notes. Why not? Because Otherwise, I might be like, what did I do? Right? I want to know it all. So in here, we're going to put a screenshot of this thing here. So we crash the program. No. Yeah, we crash the program again to see what the output looks like, and then we paste there. This is the first step we did. Did we do anything else first? We look in the code. Let's hop back here. And I'm gonna screenshot this area here. So we look in the code to find a string where the data should be in memory. Right, and then we're gonna make a new screenshot, and I'm just selecting on the screen now. So how much do we want? Like a little bit of this. And make a breakpoint there. The add a breakpoint, right? Make is like too creative for a breakpoint. I'm thinking I wanted something before. Using our exploit script. Which I have not added to the notes, but I will later. So, is there anything else we want to keep from this? So, I kind of think that we should redo this bit. I'm cold and I'm hungry. I do have yogurt though. So you know when I'm cold, it's 25.5, the temperature says here. It's 1.4 outside, plus, not minus. So it's gone over the limit. So snow is probably melting right now. I'm getting something because I'm cold. I need something. Some clothes. So I can have this thing. I don't know which is the most horrible looking clothes I have here. Least horrible looking clothes, hopefully, right? Yeah, let's go hoodie style there. I hadn't had this since my shoulder died, so now it's better. So that's better. No, not so cold. So I have the logo on this, but it's too big. This going all plastic all the way. The full thing goes plastic. So, edit mode. So this is just old. This is old too. If it's the same, I will be like, oh, did I do this much? I don't think so.
Potatops says, confession: when I did the OSCP, I had zero coding experience and had no idea what the script properly did.
Oh, so you just run the script. Okay. Yeah. This one is the messiest buffer overflow that I've ever done. And part of it is definitely that when I was fuzzing it and I did 10 letters at the time, it crashed at the wrong place. And I think I just spent another hour on that now. So it is nice to know that we have people in chat that can help if I don't know what to do here.
I understood it slightly. I knew the fundamental knowledge of what it is, but the coding and stuff just made very little sense to me.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. To be able to use the tools without understanding exactly. That's always good too, right? So, yeah, so we were supposed to check this now. This is of course 255 characters, right? Or 256. So we know that it crashes on 200 in the right way. It doesn't crash the right way in 150 characters. Or 140 at least. So hopefully it crashes the right way on 256 characters. What do you think about this? We'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's pull these back in a bit now when we have found a breakpoint. So, and let's make sure it is restarted. And let's send the data. And confirming that we are using the use chars data here. We're not using any other data. Do this. So let's do it.
Are you using XDBG?
Yeah, X32DBG is this because it's 32-bit. It's old. And it seems like most people use Unity Debugger, which is like very horrible to try to stream. I've done that. I didn't like it. I was assuming, and I couldn't read the letters without reading in the stream.
I've never used dark mode, but the layout looks slightly different.
Okay. Maybe I changed the layout something, I don't know. Connection handle off to handler thread. So this is not the same message that we got. We have paused before it actually does this instruction, but it's received, right? So let's, if we like step over this thing and we look here, we don't get anything more. So let's check this memory address that we saved. It's over here. So 9E, it might not be there yet. 9E19EC. So we can see the 41s here though. So I'm a little bit confused. I would like to clear off the memory. So EF, right? So it might not be the same area. So E, yeah, so we can't even scroll to that part of the memory that we were at before. And where are we really? So if I hop over to the threads now, we're kind of like not in the main one. We're somewhere else. Is there a way to hop on until we end up in the main thread, right? I don't want to do this. I'd like to do that. Because I want it to return to the other functions. So first of all, we see all these 41s all over the place, right? Let's scroll back. This is why I double checked my script, right? Because this alternative here, it just sends the A's. We didn't do that now. Now we send use chars, which is this. So you didn't write your own script, by the way, then. You got it from somewhere. So this one, I'm just adding 00 to FF. Then we're removing nothing, and use chars is what we're sending. So it will send 00 to FF. So all those 41s must be old data, cause nothing overwritten, and I'm not even sure where I was. So I saw stuff before. Also, we should be able to see when we scroll here. Oh gosh, this is so horribly this should be slower than scrolling. I could just restart it and do it again. So I'm tired of that. Let's just hop on. I was kind of thinking it might hop to the right place too, right? Bytes received. And let's see if this updates. Yeah, now we have the bytes received. So 2 hops, step overs, show us the bytes received, because it probably added the number and stuff there, right? So it got the data, and then we're just a few steps down here. So where on earth is the main ones? I know it's been marked before. Yeah. This is not it, is it? So, yeah, this is like such a long program. So let's we can see the bytes received here. We'll see when we hop on to something else. So it's very odd using buttons. I usually use shortcuts. So this is like more graphical too, right? It's better for streaming. So I'm just scrolling down a bit. So I'm kind of regretting not using the bytes, the other one, the other string. What was it? Send failed, because maybe it's too late though. That's why I didn't use it. So where are we now? I just discovered this threads thing. Kind of looks nice to see how many threads are running in, and that's That's the main thread. But it doesn't say much, really, though, right? It doesn't say what memory address it is. It says EIP, though. I don't think those are the thing. So, why didn't anything happen? It's still running. Did I click something odd now? If I run this now, just because I'm... Yeah, I did something. I think I restarted it by mistake or something. Well. Well, that just means we have to send it again. And have to step through it again a bit. So there's still a lot of 41s there, which is very annoying. And also, I keep thinking, did I like break this thing? Right? So, compare this to our previous address. Oh, why didn't that work? There. So, 009E. And I think we had F once. Now we have 009C, 19EC. And that's where we found the 41s before, when we actually used them, this address. So, this VM that I just recently made, is it bad? Is it, like, not good for this? Yeah, so we keep hopping to those 41s that should be like lost runs memory. Why does it show us these? Because this is EAX, which is pushed right now. So we do have a null first in our string, so it might just be, there should be at least a null there. Should be at least a null. Like terminating the string, right? Nothing. It also said how many bytes it received. So now it kind of looks 2 steps up from it. That's when it crashed before. From the 41s though. So EAX has a new value now. Exclamation, exclamation, \n. So we know that what it replies with is hello, exclamation, exclamation, \n, right? Or I think it's 3 exclamation marks. Now I'm getting too warm with the hoodie on. It's never perfect temperature. Oh, it's because it's 25.6 now, not 25.4. You know, it's cold. yeah, so tips are welcome right now, because this is something I'm learning. I'm very much learning this. Trying to find order in this chaos of assembler instructions. I'm not that good at assembler. I'm not good at all at it. I'm not like totally lost, but not far from it. So I'm just happy it's not just this we get. We get this. And we get help here. Very nice of it. To tell us where strings are and stuff, and what the value of stuff are, everything. And also here we get some information. But this is a very complicated program, really. So I would like to have like someone else doing this detailed and telling me what on earth would I make this easier, this stuff, because I don't think I'm doing it a good way at all. So if we were to send something else, something new, like a lot of C's, right? We have the 41s in there annoying me. So if we send C's, 43s instead, and see how, if we do the same thing with C's, right? Because the 41s will be useless now. So let's send something else. Let's just restart this thing. And maybe I was 2 steps from going to where I wanted, but I can't see anything. I can't get any useful data from that. So let's make the payload C, and let's make it, yeah, I guess 256 is the best, because that's what we were going for, right? So we're gonna save and run this, and of course we're gonna look at the output while we're doing it. And we still have our breakpoint at the same place. So maybe we can find a better place to break it to see the data easily. Because this is all that we want. We just want to see the data. And if it keeps hopping different memory addresses, then it's like hard. So it is at the breakpoint. Do I dare to click there? I managed before the menu popped up. So now we're looking for 43s. And these 41s are just old stuff. Did I change the letter? It says C, right? It's confirmed. We're supposed to find something else now. So if we step through this, not mega slow but not mega quick, we can just ignore the 41s. Unless Python totally died on this computer, I don't think so. Those 41s are so much in the way though. They're making me unsure about stuff. Especially since they hop between addresses. So at least now I know that it's not that we had a null at the start that breaks this. If it's broken, it's because of something else. I'm only looking at the memory, really. We could just do this instead. We could just do this. Here we have text. Invalid password to see runtime. This is not nice. How do I find this better? Should do like the 1,000 Cs. Won't be visible though, right? Yeah. Printing. Thin client. Toy. Vending. Industry. Other. Xbox. Yeah, so we're totally off. So, by the way, yeah, this is not even the right place. So, we could, if we want, following dump or something, and we end up in like a similar area where we were actually, remember here. Which is mostly zeros. So, let's step on and see if we get to something that looks like some similar data. There we are at the same spot again, right? So, call into DLL, raise exception. And then it pauses. Because this is what we usually see when it crashes with this. This is so annoying. I guess that we should just use the number of characters it's supposed to be able to handle instead. So when it crashed and we could see a string, we used 200 characters, right? So let's lower this to 200. And then I'm gonna come into my old number and do 200 instead. And then we just run it when this is up. So, handled off. Oh, nice. So, if we just run this now, will something else happen? Maybe I should have made the breakpoint where it crashes. So we can do it before. I'm gonna do the quick keys now. So it's F8. So no tips? No one has any tips? Oh. Right. Oh, this area, I kind of forgot about it. It's useful too. Well, let's make it a tiny bit smaller though, because I was trying to drag this one up a bit. How tiny can that line be? This is so boring. Nothing is happening, really, when I don't really, know what I'm doing, I guess. Yeah, you should check something out. I need a tip on how to find this better, where to put a breakpoint in a big program, like this one. It's easy to say it about the others. So it kinda crashed, right? So so if we remove the breakpoints, everything, nothing here. Let's get rid of the ones I put in here. And we should really have the breakpoints should be in. So this one is from another day, okay? So this one must be from another day. not saying much about progress. So restarting, no breakpoints, it should just run. So it's running, listening for connections. If we now send, this is the same as the fuzzing. We should crash it, and we should have the darn C's in EIP. We're sending the same thing that it crashed over, right? It didn't crash for 100, did it? It can't have. It can handle that, I'm sure. So again, we get this is not what we wanted. So let's run the other script, then we compare the differences. And maybe I'm just doing it wrong because I'm not using the same. So let's open this in the 3 Python idle. And let's restart this thing again. And we will rewrite the exploit one. So this one, run. And oh, I forgot to change it. I recognize the number. So we need to, oh my god, so many things running now. Fuzzer. So I need to change what I'm using. Let's put use pattern to false. And set the letter that we use here to, well, I guess we use D now. We're using up all the letters. And we run this. And now we have 44s here. So this one works. What is the difference between these two Python files? Why does one work and one not? This is a bug on mine. My bug. It's all mine. So let's open both side by side. And let's do the B thing again. I'm sure I've used the exploit one and it worked on other things. But now I'm like annoyed. So let's do this. So we have the two both kind of big windows. So both use import socket, localhost, and this has a timeout. Right, which was a problem with one. My brain keeps saying that. And then instead of we can really remove this part of it. It's not interesting right now, it's just this bit. Oh. So, if anyone else is not blind, I changed this. I uncommented it, I changed it, right? So, but I didn't comment the next line, meaning we didn't actually run it, because it was overridden at once by use chars. So that's a bug. And that, let's run it now, because with 200 characters, then it will be exactly the same. Let's do 256 just. So was that the bug? Then I'm happy, because it's an easy bug, right? And this one has obviously crashed already, so let's restart. And put a new one here. Oh, not that big, thank you. That's a stupid thing in Windows, I don't like that. Just because I'm dragging to an edge, maybe I want to drag it above the edge a bit, on purpose. I might want that, I often want that. So I'm like closing all the windows down here. There. So now we're gonna run this, and we're gonna assume that this works now, because it should have worked, and I was just annoyed it didn't work. So it didn't work. So then we do the next step, which is restart, and make sure it's running. Change to 200 characters. And in this one, if this doesn't work, then this was not the bug. So when I restart it, it's not paused, it's running. Yeah, confirming. So yeah, something else is off here. So we can run this again now, and we will get the right crash. So now we have the 444s. So it's running as it should, but the exploit one is bad for some reason. So let's do a debug output and just print payload, and of course, what was that? And then we exit, and that's totally fine. So it printed lots of C's, but it didn't exit. Why didn't it do anything else then? It should have totally exited there. Funny that we had different actions from this Python, with and without parentheses there. That's very interesting. Anyway, we have C's in payload. That's just what I wanted to confirm, really. But other different odd things happening. We could also run these Python scripts from our Kali machine, right? Maybe we should. Maybe we should run them from Kali. But then we have to swap machines back and forth. Yeah. So earlier today, I was standing for a bit because it didn't feel good to sit. And now we're feeling like doing it again. It's not comfortable. But it's also cold. I think I'll have to check if my windows are really shut good enough. Too much cold air coming in here. And the temperature says 25.5 degrees. I don't agree. I don't agree with that. Oh. So let's do the conversion to B. We're not using buff. We don't have to care about buff. Let's do the others. So will this work? I'll have to change a lot, right? Won't I? What will it complain about? Yeah, expected byte like object string found. So this won't work. And I'm sure I've used this, you know. Let's see what else I can find. You can also convert use chars to bytes already here. But then we would have to print it. So you can see here that it prints this, right? The question, what we don't know, is that F a some kind of odd format or something. Yeah, this is so annoying. I do have others, but I want to fix this. And I don't want to spend all day on this, which I'm already always done. Yeah, right. 9 hours and 1 minute. Yeah, I do need to spend some time with my kids too today. And it's almost too late for that. So I'm kind of thinking that I will debug. Maybe I'll debug. I don't think I have time to debug it off stream, but I need to get to bed in a good time too. I'll work tomorrow. So I'll be streaming at 13-14 tomorrow. Depending
Was such a good
on
stream
how
today.
long.
D.
Oh, thank you. I really think this is horrible. Oh, thank you. So if anyone has any tips on this, I could just do. I have other files, you know. We could do another one quickly. So I have this one, which is a totally different one. So this was a remote one, right? Yeah, connect. And here's a different bad cars. This is not mine. Or an earlier from some page. Yeah. So I have written the text, but it's not like it's me making it. Let's just try that quickly before we stop. So let's make a new file here. I guess we should save the old one first. New file. Yeah, I thought so. Open a new window. So we don't want to reverse here. We want to. First of all, we just want to fuss, but not really fuss. Control. We can control. So control. I'm just assuming this was long ago. Okay, yeah. So we really want both bad charts, but we want to confirm. We couldn't even do the confirm thing in this exploit one, which is just sending a B's here. So let's do instead C's, because we have lots of A's there, right? That's a problem. Yeah, this has not been saved yet. Okay, let's do exploit 2 .py, and it will connect. It will send this payload and it close. And the rest of the stuff it won't care about, because we're just running one of the functions. This is kind of very different than how I did it, but also simple way of doing stuff. So let's restart this, and then I'm gonna have to get something to eat, except for yogurt. So I haven't eaten much. It's just those two hard sandwiches with roast beef and yogurt, with nothing, with no cereal or anything. So it is already running, I think, but let's click that like a million times to make sure. So what do you think? Will we end up with 42s? 42 is not a bad number, you know. Well, the script didn't work very well without change and stuff. Yeah, of course. Of course. So there's an IP somewhere here, and there's a port, and those are not the same. So this is something else, right? So we want 31337, I think. Save F5. So no output. That's a pretty script. No feedback. It's received bytes though. Connection handed off to handler thread. So this message, we don't always get this message. When do we get it and when don't we get it? We don't get it when it works. So let's do the fuzz here. Yeah, we could test the fuzz. It's just ace though. Whatever. I don't care. I don't even look at that one anymore. Let's just do the fuzz one. So when I find this odd, will I be as disappointed as I was with the last one? I'm doing two there so we know what we're doing. So let's do this one now. 0 bytes. 50 bytes. 100 bytes. Now we'll see if it crashes too early. We might have to change the step. I saw it there in the code. So it's at least sending 250. Okay. Yeah, this one doesn't detect it. It has the wrong way of connecting. It's reconnecting every time. I had this problem before. So I can't abort this program. Yeah, just slow. So it's not keeping the connection alive and doing it again. So it won't work on this one. I'll have to rewrite it. I don't wanna. If we just send one bunch of data, and it will work, right? So what we needed to do here, well, we can do it, of course. We have to receive 2 though. We'd move these outside the loop. And we'll have to receive data 2, I think. Let's just skip it. Cause it's late. And I've been streaming since like 9 and it's 18:37. So maybe it's time to give my room some rest. What do you think? So thank you very much, Potatoes, for being here, especially. And if no one has any suggestions like this, then I might have time to research before tomorrow, but I don't think so because I have to make 2 invoices today too. Thank you everybody for
Thank
being
you
here.
for streaming. Smile, smile.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to read someone. So don't leave before I'm reading. It's not allowed. Let's see, who's streaming? Is anyone streaming? Oh, GoPro is online. Then we're gonna read him, of course. So, of course, I'm gonna hop into my stream so I can be with the read. Let's see here. So then the big question is, can I spell his name? GoPro Slow Yo. So we'll see if I manage to type. So, thank you everybody for being here and for joining me today with all the things. We finished one path and we're tackling this old box that I'm not sure how well it works, but hopefully it will work. Gatekeeper. And maybe I'll do some research. Maybe I'll check the script till next time. We'll see. So, send some nice read messages to. Yeah, I'm gonna click the button and go get something to eat. Have a great day and see you tomorrow.